I gave them streets all of me. I gave the streets all of me. Na, 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 na. Da, 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 da. I told these motherfuckers all of me. I gave them fucking all of me. Showing up. Ouch, sorry. My bad. Alright, let's do some fixing up in security channel. Prime time perk. Connection. Content connections. Oh shit. That's me. Stone Cold. Mother. I gave these streets. I gave these streets all of me. All of me. I gave these streets. I can't find my snow hat. And I feel real naked. Hey, yo, what up, Piggy? Oh, Pigskin Pro. Blackest guy you ever seen? I can tell you don't go outside much. You just live on the internet, huh? I said I gave these streets all love me. Like, okay. So there's a few things like I need to cover and I need to get some things sorted, but in large part, got a little bit of time off, so I got to do some things that I want to take care of. And now, like, I've been seriously thinking about, like, what the end of year looks like for me. Right? What does the end of the year look like for me? And what does the start of next year look like? And I know it sounds cliche, but if you're not thinking about your goals for next year, you're already fucked. Well, you should have been thinking about it like 6 months ago, but that's neither here or there. Today's the best day to start that shit, right? Today's the best day to start. Do you watch football? Yes. You're talking to the number 2 person in my fantasy football league. We are competing for the championship this week. So things are exciting. Things are exciting over here. The number 2 spot in the conference. Super exciting over here. But ultimately, we are thinking about it. So I think on Either New Year's Eve, because the day that it's gonna be January 6th is gonna be the first year. Hey, what up, Braxton? January 6th is gonna be the first year of me being at the job that I lied on my application to get. Clap it up for everyone who remembers that story, you know. But we lied on my resume. I lied on my resume, got the job, and I've held it now for a year. So I think we're gonna do a recap on January 6th. But also something that I've been doing is a lot of people ask me like, oh, okay, how did I get into tech? How did I transfer from healthcare to tech? And the easy answer is I worked my ass off. I'm sorry, that's the hard part. The easy answer is I lied. The hard part is I spent probably 6 to 8 hours? 6 to 8 hours in front of this computer. I bought a $5,000 computer and spent all day just working on it. Working on my arts, working on my crafts, obviously. That's what the desktop was for. But everything else in between time, in the meantime, was dedicated to getting better at programming. And in large part, it paid off, right? It's paid off so much that, like, maybe I went too hard. And there's always space. There's space and opportunity for growth, right? But we want to get, como se dice, we want to get more time in front of the computer this year in the effect of working on projects, right? Hey, yo, what's up, Noah? We want to work on some projects. Because the projects are how you make your money. And also, it's going to be 1 year. In 1 year into any job, any career you're in, you should immediately be looking for your next job. You should start looking for your next job. Because you want to know the worst time to look for a job? When you don't have one. You feel me? Let's talk about it. You want to know the absolutely worst time to be like, oh, fuck, I need to start looking for a job? Sitting on someone's couch. Because you don't got your own. Because you out here homeless and shit. That's the worst time. So if you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. Right? So we're going to try and get ready. But I'm curious to know how you guys doing. It's been a minute. And I'm not expecting my normal crowd to be here. But, it's coding with strangers. Strangers are welcomed. It's one of those things. Whoops. Do. Doing all right. Hey, yo, what's up, Curbster? I see you guys over there on YouTube. You degenerates. No, I'm just playing. Hey, I get it. It's late night. I was supposed to start this stream like 30 minutes ago. I just kept running into other issues. Well, not even issues. I was just busy. It's a lot going on. Holiday season. Gotta put people to sleep and shit. Airline tickets are through the roof right now. My goodness. I tried to buy a ticket to go see a friend, and that shit was not going. But also something we want to fix here. Where would be the best place to fix this? I guess here. Yeah. And we started editing the video from Japan. AI finally did help me, but then I realized like halfway through it wasn't doing a good job. So there's that. Twitch. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I need this one. There we go. Channel creator dashboards. Emily, we look alike. I'm pretty sure you look better. I'm pretty sure you look better. Auto mod. Yeah, we want the haters to still keep the hate alive. Content to just streaming tools. Settings, streaming. But so what's the goal here? I think like in large part, do a little bit of editing. I'm gonna take an assessment. We'll take an assessment of like some of the projects I have, and see which projects we want to take into next year. Also, I'm hiring an editor. I'm gonna put it in my Discord, but I also put it on Twitter. And on Twitter, I think like a bunch of bots just responded, but on Twitter I got like 300 responses, and some of them look legit, but a lot of them look like shit. Right? So if you know somebody who's a video editor, and they trying, this one's it's paid. You feel me? It's paid. I ain't no cheap one. We gonna pay you. We're gonna get you como se dice, a little bit of funds. We got a little money. We got a budget. Shout out to the people that got a budget. It's not for everybody. It's not for everybody. You hear me? The thing I'm looking for, I can't find, but everything else is like literally available, which is crazy. Okay. No, that's not it either. Oh shit. Oh, I found it, y'all. I can't read. I'm dyslexic. What's wrong with your knee? Uh, okay. Like, I wonder if like I'm on Twitter, I'm on Twitch, so I can't really see all the YouTube comments, but it's just like so boring. And like you guys know old references, so that means you're like middle-aged dudes too. Like you're in your mid 30s, and nothing screams I'm in a crisis like being a troll on the internet. Like I'm figuring out how to give money away in this economy, and you guys are like thinking of some of the most mundane. You can just say hi. What's up? What are you doing? You don't have to be weird. This is why men are like, a lot of people talk about the loneliness crisis for men in this country, and it's 133% the men's fault. Like, cuz this is how you act on the internet. So how do you act in person? Dreadful. And I'll be like, "Oh, it's just a joke, bro. It's just a bro." You're not funny. You're not even a local stand-up comedian funny. But yet, here you are. Ah, yeah, of course I can overreact. It's my channel. It's my stream. It's my party, and I can cry if I want to. But my whole point is, your joke wasn't funny. It was intended to be offensive. So like, one, and then also, shut the fuck up. You can't tell me what to be offended by. Those are my feelings. I get to dictate what happens to my feelings. But I'm just saying a hello would have been way better. Hey, what's up, sockhead? Look out, sockhead. Damn, 5 months, no shot. 20, 20 so for 20 months, 15-month streak. My goodness. My goodness. I appreciate the support. That's support. You know, motherfuckers always talking about nobody supports me. Motherfuckers support me. You feel me? Clap that shit. Clap that shit. How you living?
Chop rice. No meat. Chop rice. No meat.
Man, yeah, you know, and I hit you up. I talked about it a little bit. A lot of motherfuckers joined us on this journey. A lot of motherfuckers signed up. A lot of people signed up for the journey. A lot of a lot of people paid the deposit. Shit, we even delayed the bus. We said, "Hey, we'll wait on you. Come on. We got you. Come on. You paid your deposit, brother. I'm coming to get you. I want you to be here." And they still said, "No, I'm good." They said, "No, I'm good." But it's really, it can't be taken personal, because I say it all the time, right? People come with seasons. Some people come into your life, they serve a purpose, and then they have to leave. And if you're sitting there thinking, "Damn, why they gotta leave? Why they gotta leave?" Well, the answer is because they're on their own journey, brother. They're on their They're on their own journey. And I love that for them. But I think the thing that I need to get back to is it's almost going to be 1 year from the time that I got the job. So I lied to get the first job. Then I got another job, like based on the skills from the lied job. Now it's time to get the third job. It's time to get the third job. And you're saying to yourself, Hero, what do you mean get the third job? Y'all, I got plans, man. I got plans. I got plans. And we need money. You got two things on the horizon. I see them. Yeah, we got to figure out. Okay. So like I think I need to talk about like the disappointment, right? The level of disappointment that comes, the level of the level of like anticipation. Because like did you move or is your room just way decked out now? Yeah, the office has gotten some upgrades. Two things has happened. One, I have a way better camera now. Socket, I honestly believe the camera, like back then, my camera was like shit. I was using the camera that's up there. Now that's my secondary camera. But the room has gotten some upgrades. We went to a conference, and I got this. So I got a Minecraft sword at a gaming convention. Hey, yo, what's up, Robotech? Ah, Robo. Yeah, give you a random character to draw, and you'll draw it. I want you to look up the Stranger's comic book, and I want you to draw the main character, Zemi Lola Ali. There's the link to the comic book. Go forth and serve EX and Phantom, or Extend Phantom. So I got the... Where was I? Oh yeah, Minecraft sword. So that's new. I went to the Green Bay Chicago game. So there's my field pass. I was on the field for that. It's the what? Can you tell me something really sad? No, go to therapy. Don't be a loser and dump on people on the internet. Did you wear the cufflinks? No, I did not wear the cufflinks. I did not wear the cufflinks. We went to Atlantic Comic Con. We went to Google Next events. We went to Afrotech, and went to a few other things. So we got a few badges. Oh, I went to London, and of course, I got my Sherlock Holmes shit on. You feel me? I got my Sherlock. I'm on my Sherlock shit. Riddle me this, motherfucker. That was in April. We went to Japan. I don't have the Japan stuff up. I got the Baker Street shit up here. We had a sponsorship. We had a sponsorship from Zest. I got my Google Cloud Migration certification, and they gave us a Google token at the Google Next event, so I got that. Um, I have a Rubik's Cube up there, but if I move it, you'll see that the other side isn't solved. And I want to continue to be perceived as a smart guy on the internet, so shit like that. Um, yeah, that's all the new shit up here though. But all the new Japan stuff is still over there. I haven't touched that yet. I'm saving that for the video, so that's over there. Like I promise you guys, there's no situation where I wouldn't be streaming and talking to you guys if it wasn't because my attention was being pulled somewhere else, right? There's no situation where I would be actively avoiding streaming if it wasn't so. And that's sort of what I want to talk about, right? Robotech, I thought I saw you in here. EX and Phantom, you said, oh, it's called Strangers. It's my comic book. I put the link in the chat. It's the Strangers. Yeah, the challenge coin was tough. The challenge coin was super tough. And to be honest, I don't know. I heavily relied on my team, but the part that I played was fundamental, the orchestra. Because I was the person that figured out that you could orchestrate it, and I just needed someone to help me create the terraform spaces. I couldn't do that part. I don't know anything about terraform or how to set up a GKE, none of that shit. Full disclosure. There's individual ones. There's individual ones that you can earn, but I earned mines with my team, so I was super hyped about that. Um, who's the best elder god? I have no idea. Whichever one has lightning powers is probably the coolest. But I honestly don't know. So, okay, so let's get into it, right? So, last year, I got sent to Japan on the dime of Ubisoft, and I had to make a video for them. And I've wrote a 14-page script and literally scrapped it. And had to scrap it because it's not one. It wasn't a video that I thought I would make. It didn't sound like me. But then like the second thing that happened, right? After being invited to TwitchCon and going and like seeing all the things that like were possible, it became painfully clear to me that like the opportunities that I had been building up this platform to receive, I wasn't gonna be able to manage them. And in large part is because like, what do you want to do? Like, do you want to work in healthcare or do you want to be a full-time streamer? And like I said, it's hard to believe, but it's really not. When you have people like Sockhead supporting you, like 7 people can change your life on this platform. Right? Like 7 people on this platform can absolutely change your whole entire outlook on how this app works for you. So like as far as finances, I don't think that was my major concern. I think it was just this lack of stability. Right? It's this lack of stability, and it's suffocating. It's degrading. Shit, if you don't feel confident enough to imagine not having the confidence to even go outside and just be yourself. Looking over your shoulder and shit because like you feel out of touch and stuff. So, and that's what happens when you're out of sync. So when you get back in sync with yourself, you gotta You gotta find a breaking point. And the thing, I think the breaking point was for me was okay. Someone did offer me that. Now I'm not gonna put these sponsors on blast, but I'm gonna say this. And anyone who knows me and knows the type of content I create, I very much so create content for a generation of people who were told to go be great and then weren't given anything to make them feel good enough. Right? I very much so fuck with a generation of people who just didn't get the pat on the back. You feel me? Like, if you're feeling disgruntled, if you're feeling lost, if you're feeling dejected, homegirl at your job is riding your ass. She's not even your fucking boss. Yeah, I made this shit for you, punk ass motherfucker. welcome in. But more importantly, I made it so you know you're not alone. But I can show you how to get the fuck up out of there. Because like there's an air of acceptability when dealing with strangers, and that's why I fuck with it so much, right? So I then thought to myself, okay, you asked a group of people to join you on this journey, and with all due respect, silly me. But how the fuck was I supposed to expect y'all to be ready when I was ready? That's not fair. Right? Think about it. I had 6 to 8 hours to prepare every day. I had money saved up that I didn't need to go to work. I had time to learn the skills that I learned. And I made that time for myself. I made those sacrifices for myself. Man, if you got a kid, a wife, a life, if you don't have connection to sturdy internet, none of that shit was possible for you. I know some people that was watching me 24/7 from a 16 by 16, a 6-inch screen on a phone. The lesson plans weren't designed for you. And the moment there was a crossing point for me where there was a bunch of people, and if you know my moral standings, then you know where I come from in this. You know where I come from on this. There was a lot of people who were trying to be my sponsors, and they were trying to push shit that I felt would be counterproductive to the message I spit. All money ain't good money. Right? All money ain't good money. If you get excited because if you get excited because you saw $100 on the ground, I got questions for you. No, definitely take a look around. But if your first instinct isn't to be like, damn, whose money is this? Did they need this? But that's me. That's me. I'm not ruled by my insatiable appetite. I'm a greedy motherfucker. Look at me. I ain't missed a goddamn meal. But I have to keep those things in check. Because it stops me from accepting pills from a company that wants to make you think you have a problem. But really, you're just not a healthy individual. And taking those pills might solve the temporary issue, but it's not going to solve the long-term issue, right? Or a company that wanted me, a former athlete, to come onto a platform where I knew I could influence young men to gamble their money away. I'm literally posting a video about this tomorrow. And they weren't paying cheap. They weren't paying cheap. And I know I'm not even a big streamer. But for 10K? A month? How many months are there? That's $120,000 a year. And they was talking about that's on the low end. If you can get 25 generate 25%, we'll send you a bonus for 5K. 15,000? Come on. So like you gotta know yourself. You really just gotta know yourself. And this is the thing. I want to be clear. I can't knock them. I can't knock them. I wish I had the ability. I wish I had the ability to turn that part of my brain off, so I could be like them. But the greatest form of flattery is mimicry. And there's a lot of streamers I look up to. But there's certain things I can't accept. I just wouldn't feel comfortable. I wouldn't feel comfortable. So when those things started happening, I think subconsciously I told myself, I was afraid of what it would be or what it would become for me. Right? I was afraid of what it would become in my eyes. Like, okay, I'm taking this, I'm doing these things for the money now. And once it's like a Pringles. It's like a sleeve of Oreos. You don't want to eat any motherfucker that ever bought some Oreos and said, I'm just going to have one. It's too late. I bought I bought an Oreo pack and demolished the pack in one day. Over here talking about I got good self-control. No, your self-control isn't when the Oreos are in your house. Self-control is when you're in the aisle and you don't pick it up. That's where you win and lose. So self-control. That's what it's about here. So then the question then became, okay, am I avoiding streaming because I'm too busy, because I'm afraid of those things? No. Because I have the self-control to say no. So then what is it? And really what it came down to is, after doing because you guys who follow me during the daytime, I stream during the daytime. I stream my job. Like, I don't have code up on the screen, but basically I do like a co-working stream where, I have a little task bar, come put your task up, we'll get that shit going. And that has been doing fine. And it's perfect. It's doing what I'm expecting it to do. Nothing more, nothing less. But the thing that I'm missing is the overdrive. And that's the thing, right? That's the thing. I really did take a step back. Because in the first year, no job, right? So 6 hours straight. The second year, when you guys finally get to me, job. I'm in the hospital. 10-hour shifts. 3 on, 4 off. Then this job came along and it was like, okay, I can be at home. So I'll just stream it at home, but it's totally different. Me at work is Mr. No Fun Bags. I'm too serious at work. So then, but the thing about it was the content wasn't suffering. I hit my goals for video content creation. Made partner on YouTube. Made partner on not partner. Became a head of a organization or a club on Twitch. Got invited to Twitch. Became a partner at Ubisoft. Became a partner at EA. Literally jumped from 6,000 to 3,000 followers in 6 months, and if I was still going hard, I would have easily had 10K by now, because I think I have like 9,100 off of some daytime streaming shit. So all the pieces are there. Shit, Levi called me the other day. Levi called me the other day and said, "We want to sponsor you. You want to know why? Let me show you how this shit." Y'all got it. So, of course, when I went to Japan, I got this is the jacket I got with the Tokyo and the, wait, what the fuck? Why is this not working for me? Oh, sorry. The Tokyo to ORD, which is Chicago's airport. With the airport, right? The butterfly coming out of the pocket. The coding with stranger monologue. Right? So I post this on my social media and I'm like, Levi, I'm tired of your small ass models. Get your game up. And they sent me a post saying, "Sir, we would like to get our game up." I was like, clap it. Clap it. It's literally, I was like, this is too easy. So, but I have to get back. I have to get back to
the people.
I got to get back to y'all because it all started with y'all. It all started with y'all. So I got to get back to y'all. And in order for me to get back to y'all, I got to make a plan. So very much so, this is what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of the master plan. Right? Oh, appreciate it. I love that jacket. It is my new travel jacket. So anytime you see me in the airport, that's the jacket I'm gonna be rocking. Much love. Appreciate it. But the amount of times I've been told that hat goes hard. I love that you have that hat. That hat is like pretty dope. And I love the new logo is very much so giving. This is an established organization. The fuck. Welcome to the school of fuck around and find out. It's very much so giving. Oh, what? Because many people stop me and say, "What university is that?" I was like, the Fine Arts of Orthopedic Finances. I just people like, "Oh, okay. Yeah, it's an online school." And people really be trying to look that shit up in front of me. People be like, can I see the website? I'm like, oh, what, you're interested in going back to school? Leave me the fuck alone. So I say all that to say, like, I gotta find a medium. And the truth of the matter is, I can't do it by myself anymore. I can't. So I can't do it anymore. What is going on? Very sick song. Shout out to Sockhead. Titty Tickler Pro. How did you get that name through? Wait, hold on, my bad. Nova Vision. Thank you so much for the Prime. Oh man, I'm rusty. Nova Vision. Thank you so much for the subscription. The Prime. Like that. And Anonymous. If it's the old school anonymous, I appreciate you. Appreciate you. Tell them it's an awesome science and technology streamer. Nah, you're right. You're right. It's so like, but that's the thing. I have to find a way to get it. And the thing about it is, I have to make time. And the part of making time is being organized. Being organized means you have to be like restrictive. At the end of the day, you have to be restrictive. And you got to find that balance, because people who support you will understand, and people who don't understand probably weren't going to support you either. They kind of go hand in hand. You feel me? So as we sit here and think about, like, it sounds cliche. It sounds so cliche. But it is a new year coming. And it could be a new year of just fuck ups. Just new years and opportunities to fuck up, which is perfectly fine. I'm a big fan of fucking up. Or it could be a new year where we're going to, like, shake some shit. And I want to shake some shit. So the first things first is we got to find an editor. Right? We got to find an editor. That way we can do the thing that we're good at, which is just making the content. Second thing is we got to get back on the stream. Because whether I want to admit it or not, y'all fuck with me live more than y'all fuck with me coding. I mean, putting out content. I'm going to just call a spade a spade. Y'all fuck with me more when I'm streaming versus when I'm putting content out. Y'all are more than welcome to prove me wrong. But I've had a year to examine this data up close and personal. So with that being said, I'm trying to see. I need to talk. I need to talk with Shake and Icon. It would have been 2 years that I would have been with Shake and Icon. And and we do have 2 projects, right? We do have 2 projects we're working on. So there's one version of me. Sockhead, I think there's a version of me that wants to fix the version 2 of the code for the perfect lurker. Icon's usually on. Me and Icon are usually on every Wednesday. But he hasn't like done his own individual stream in a minute. We got the Perfect Lurker 2.0, and we also have the Perfect Lurker 3.0. The 3.0 is an upgrade for sure, but the 2.0 still works. We just gotta change over the event streams and switch them out for the new strings. And we could at least have the old one working while we're working on the new one. And the new one, we mostly have done. We just need to add the kick feature. The ability to kick people out of it. And then that way it can be back up. Because it has been about like 8 months since it's gone down. So we could definitely do that. The secondary thing is, there's two projects I want to do. So, and then this is like leads into the second thing. So while I was at TwitchCon, I had the luxury of meeting 2 producers for a TV show, animation studio, and then a producer who also has a he has, let's just say, he knows Ryan Coogler very personally, and I happened to be wearing this shirt when he met me, And the thing he said when he saw this shirt is, because if you can't tell, the title of it is upside down. And he said, "Oh, this is such a cool picture," because it dawned on him that the image is upside down. And he immediately grasped onto it, and he was like, "That is such a cool picture. Where is that from?" I said, "Oh, it's my comic book." And I sent it to him. He was like, "Oh, send it to me. I would love to read it on my way home." And I was like, you know, you're a busy man. I appreciate it. Thanks for the support." And he texted me on when he landed and said he finished reading the whole thing while he was on the flight. In fact, he normally doesn't download the Wi-Fi. He said he bought the Wi-Fi to finish it because he stored like through. Oh, what's up, baby? What's up, baby? Everybody. How we doing? Hey, let me send a shout out. Look out, Anonymous, out here giving older. Look, you guys, hey, behave. We have a lovely stranger in the building today. How was the stream? How you doing? If you guys don't know, if you want to follow somebody that actually follows their dreams and aspirations about being a programmer on Twitch, I point you to no one other than Oda. Go check him out. Tell him a stranger sent you. Oda, baby, how you doing? Is there anything you want to share with us? But if you want to share simply that you are leaving because it is late, people are tired, and you want to get some rest, I completely understand. But let's take a minute. Shake it out. Shake it out.
The people.
One of the pillars of the community. There's a lot of pillars in this motherfucking community, baby. Hey, you don't gotta tell me. I know. Been working and learning on how to make this in plugin. Ooh. That I'm tall and is wide and I don't move much. Hey, you might make for a great offensive guard. Don't let the New York Giants find out. They could use them. But no, thank you so much. Definitely appreciate you coming through, and definitely make sure you give them a follow. Holding it together. Facts, Sockhead facts. And I want to get back to that. But basically, he told me that I need to finish the comic book. And he was like, to be perfectly honest, I put out 10 pages this year, which is 2 chapters. Is actually 1 chapter, because for book 3, I've made it so that the chapters are longer, which it takes more time. But I've already sketched out 30 more pages. So basically, I have 3 more chapters ready. But I need to commit time to putting it. And I said Saturday was going to be it, but I haven't found a way of holding myself accountable for that. And I think I have to do that on Saturday. Saturday morning, it sounds disgusting, but like a 9 a.m. stream. And I just draw for 2 hours. Because I need a way of holding myself to that. And to be quite frank, that's not enough time. It's not enough because right? I need more time. But before I can think about that, I have to really think about the streaming for the coding and what it would really mean, right? So if I wanted to get into an 8:30 stream from 8:30 to 9 or 8:30 to 11:30 because I have to work the next morning, probably looking to do that Monday, Wednesday, right? Monday, Wednesday. Wednesday would be the core day. Wednesday, so moving forward, Wednesday, I don't have no more excuses. I have to be able to do it. But then the drawing days and the next day, don't stand you up. Sockhead, I need an accountability buddy. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. But the problem is, I don't want to get too excited, because if I get too excited at this point, what really might happen is I have all of this content, I have all of these cool projects, but I have a bottleneck where I am also then sourcing it out. So that's where like the editor comes in play. So I'm gonna put it in my Discord. If you know somebody, you can put it out there. Let them know. I'm looking. But that's how we got to do this. And hear me right now. I love editing. I would be someone's full-time editor. I love the storytelling that happens on the back end. I love the storytelling that happens on the back end. Yeah, for me, so I have 3 runs. I have a cut down where like I say, okay, if it's an hour's worth of cutting, I can get it to 30 minutes. If it's 30 minutes, I can get it to 20. If it's 20, I can get it to 15. And then everything from that is like 1 minute. But the first run through is to cut it in half. Literally cut it in half. So if I have an hour and a half, the rule of cool is after that. The second run through is I'm thinking about image placement. Like if I mention macaroni, I should have an image pop up of macaroni. And then the third run through is the audio, social cues. A lot of my video, before I put a picture up, a little snap happens, which secretly trains people throughout the video to look, when they hear it, to look at the screen, which most people are like doing what they do, but if you hear the snap, it makes you want to hear if it came through. And from there you can do what's the feeling? What's the feeling you get when you're editing this? Or what's the feeling I want to invoke while editing this? Oh shit, we're in a hype train right now? I didn't even know that. Thank you all. It's over. Don't worry about it. I just saw the notification on my email. It's like, the fuck? And very much so, the sound will do a lot of the heavy lifting. The sound will do a lot of the heavy lifting for us. So when I think about the video, like I think about the video about the job, going to the pizza party, right? That video was supposed to be very like chaotic and desperate in the beginning, but then it switches like somewhere in the middle and it starts to become hopeful and sort of like a tale of 2 tapes to remind you, like, hey, don't get too caught up with the pizza party, because going to a pizza party is cool. That switched up for you, Socket. You're right. So then the question then becomes, what are my 3 goals that I want to accomplish, right? What are some goals that I want to accomplish? I dropped my pen. And I'm not really like putting dates on this, but like with the stream, what do I want to accomplish? In no particular order. 1 is for sure, we want to, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this, I'm going to write it out, and then I'm going to paste it, because like with my setup, I have my screen 1, screen 2, camera, but like split dab in the middle, I just have this white wall that I'm looking at. And sometimes I'm obsessed over this white wall. I like look at it intensely whenever I'm thinking. And it makes me like feel comfort, but like I can feel through my peripherals, I can see like the screen's closing in, so it feels like the walls are closing in, and it gives me a sense of urgency to like be like, yo, stop looking at that goddamn white wall and do your work. But I feel like if I had a note up there that said what the fuck I should be focusing on, maybe I would focus on it more. Hey, I love white people. They gave us white walls. So I think that's where I would put this message. I want to complete 4 coding projects. Number 2, I want to complete 30 pages of the comic. Number 3. This one's a stretch goal. This one's a stretch goal. But I was gonna say, okay, let's understand what reality looks like. All right, let's understand what reality looks like. The goal that I have envisioned in my mind is that the goal is I want to have a million views. I want to have 1 million views. And for reference, I'm currently sitting at 80,000 views on YouTube from January 1st till this very date. 80,000, with the bulk of them coming from, the most coming from my interview of Grits and Eggs, which hit 6,000 views. The LinkedIn video, which hit 4,000 views. And based on all of these videos, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Out of the 14 videos in the top 14 videos, 11 of them were videos that I made while streaming, so content videos. A bulk of them were content related videos. While the highest viewed videos would have been videos that I made purposefully. So that's like the LinkedIn videos. Videos that I have, yeah, exactly, double dipping for sure. And I feel like a way I could get there is through clipping as well, right? Making clips out of them. Because the clips will then lead to more people finding me, so on and so forth. Which just further stresses the point, which is I need an editor. I need someone to chop those things up for me. That's the thing, Sockhead. I can't pick one. I'm not good enough to just pick one. I have to have all 3. Right? Hey, what up, Titan? So if I wanted to set a lofty goal, of 1 million views in 1 year, considering I didn't even make a quarter of that on the first try, I gotta come with something more. So I don't think I can put that level of pressure on myself, because goals should be achievable, but they should stress you. So what do I think is an acceptable stressful goal? Right? It's a huge mistake people make. I hear people say some goofy ass shit like, "Oh, I want to become partner of this and that." And I'm not saying they can't do it. But brother, you don't wake up on time to go to your job that pays you. What makes you think you're about to wake up and do something that's for free? Because all of this is free. I'm willing to go 10K into the red to prove a point. I'm willing to lose 10,000. I say 10, but I'd if I was close, I'd put in an extra 2,000 for 12. Fucking keep in mind, gotta buy a house this year. Interest rates are at 3.5. Inflation's through the roof. I might not have a choice. Student loan debt and all that shit be damned. So we're fucked. Royally. We're fucked. But I think the goal should be the goal has to be like if I can find an editor in 3 months, 500,000 views. In another 3 months, in another 6 months, or 9 months, basically. Oh, you took a private one. Now the federal government gave me mine, and they're gonna have to claw it from me from my cold dead hands. So number 3, find editor, 3 months. For YouTube, 500,000 views. In 500,000 views in 9 months. Another stretch goal. I want to get 15% more views per month, month over month. Now, it doesn't seem like a bad idea. And if I had the extra firepower, I could easily do it. With the editor in mind, this would then give me the ability to do something that I've been wanting to do for a long time, which is to have one-on-one conversations. I would like to then be able to, that would give me the ability to host a Patreon where we could do Q&As. Q&As, and it's private, it's with the people who pay for the Patreon, so on and so forth. You'll get access to the newer merch. I have been working on newer merch. I had a dope-ass Christmas one, but it just wasn't time. Yeah, you're right. You ain't never lied. You ain't never lied. So I'm thinking about that, but I don't want it the goal to be Patreon. I want the goal to be something else. Okay, so then this is then begging the question. How many days can I stream? I already have an OnlyFans, and the goal is when I hit partner, I'll give you guys the URL. I already have an OnlyFans. Once I hit partner, you guys, I'll give you the URL. I already have pictures on there. I've made $40 on OnlyFans while you over here laughing. I've made money on OnlyFans. Why are you laughing? I want to get 10 new sponsors. 6. I want to IRL a con / webull.com/seminar. Seven. After I made the $40, I had to take it down. I was like, what is this? What is this? Why are people giving me money for this? So I took it down, and I was like, this would be a great treat. This would be a great treat. What is this? Why are people following this? What is going on? Stop it. I started panicking. So far, what do we got? 4 coding projects completed. 30 pages of the comic book done. Find an editor in the next 3 months. $500,000 in 9 months. YouTube. 10 new sponsors. And I want to do 1 IRL stream. And I want to stream 3 times a week. Realistically. And I'm not talking about the Monday through Friday daytime stream, like at night. For the IRL one, I would buy a DJI full service one, and then connect it through Bluetooth to Do I know what model? No. I would look into this a little bit more, because you need Wi-Fi. Well, I just need it to be, even if it's wired. Because the way I see most people do it, they do it on their phone. They do it through a phone, which makes the most sense. Streamlabs has an app on an app. It's just such a hungry app, and it's super draining on the battery. So you'll obviously need, and I have like a super watt 8-hour battery pack, but it's like also Wi-Fi. So like you'll need like a hotspot that's giving decent connections. And if there's only and if you're streaming, I'm assuming if I'm going somewhere to live stream, there's going to be other people doing it, so it's going to be a competition for bandwidth. Right? Competition for bandwidth. Oh, you think it does? Oof. Comes with the wireless mini mic. I think, yeah, I have the mini mics here. This one let me down during my trip to fucking Japan, so kind of salty about that. But I need to do some like. Need to do some research for sure. Hey, yo, what up, fam? So, like, basically, I literally have the pic. I know what I did. Basically, when I did all my recordings and all my sessions, and I formatted it on a Windows computer, I went to the hotel without thinking about it and plugged it into an Apple computer, and it reformatted it and deleted everything I recorded. Yeah, it was just such a bonehead mistake. Because I even went back to, and you know, I'm grateful because, like, very much so, it was B footage stuff, but I did interview at least 20 people. And there's a point where I thought all of that footage would be lost, but because they're speaking in Japanese and I have to dub it anyway, I put the audio track of the noisy convention audio into AI, and the AI is about 60% accurate at telling me what the person said, which gives me the ability to fill in the gaps. So I was extremely grateful for that. So so we were able to preserve some of that because those cosplay events are paramount, fundamental to um to the overarching video I want to do later on. So that's that. We got three more goals. Actually, your goal list can be as long as you want it to be. Hey, what's up? But those are the goals that I at least have set placed for me right now. That's what I'm thinking. I do need to think about like how often I want to stream. I at least have one day for sure, Wednesday and Saturday. Saturday morning, Wednesday evening. And I need at would two days be enough? Or do I need three? Before I gave the schedule, I was a four time. I think if I dropped to two, that would be a good start. And then if I can find availability, I would make availability. But it has to be consistent. And I'm honestly thinking it needs to be Monday and Wednesday. Right? Monday and Wednesday. Like, Monday, Wednesday, Saturday. And we can go from there. Let's do that. Streaming days. Oh wait, are you send? Did you send me something? Oh, you sent to me on Discord? Hey, Sock, you made it big. I should be begging you. Hey, yo, what up, Jokum? Shit. If I was sitting where you were sitting, I wouldn't even be talking about this shit. I wouldn't even be talking. Guys, my New Year's resolution is to continue making bank at my current facility. I'm not one of my my good buddies is on TV big. hey, hey, yo, you gotta put some respect on the motherfucker's name when they go from streaming to TV. This ain't your grandma shit no more. This ain't your grandma shit no more. So yeah, and we'll try our best. This Saturday's the 27th, so um, it'll be the last Saturday of the year. It'll be the last Saturday of the year. So tomorrow we're gonna come back. We'll actually code during the days. Christmas Eve. I'll be off Christmas, obviously. Do you want to have horror code? We know that we're gonna have one for sure, which would be the perfect lurker 3.0. I'm not gonna count the perfect lurker 2.0, but we will start with the perfect lurker 2.0. That'll give us the ability to do two things. One, refamiliarize ourselves with some familiar code. It's been a minute since I've touched code that I wrote prior to knowing anything, and to be honest, from a data engineering perspective, I'm more comfortable with SQL queries and scripts and writing scripts for SQL queries and algorithms for like automations than I would ever still, right? Oh shit, that camera is dope. Yeah, I'll look into it. I'll look into it and see. See what I can use it for sure. Because if anything, I was gonna just get it mounted for my secondary camera and use my old DSLR camera for it, but for sure I want to do that. I want to do. I think I want to do. I think I might want to do something with like. So like maybe something with like stocks. This is one of my not part of my goal list for content creation, but some of the videos I think I'll be talking about is the stock market. I 5x. By Google. Is that fucking insider trading? Maybe, but then like I'm thinking like what's a very hero project? So like I have some time to think about this, and there's a lot of problems that I do currently have, and I need to figure out if I can fix them with AI, not AI, but using code. And this man over here running ads on my stream. Damn, somebody running ads on my stream. That's crazy. That's worse than when Taco Bell came and bought. Did you see that one stream where this dude was streaming, Taco Bell gave him a gifted sub and put an ad in in it? Damn, that's diabolical. Diabolical. Yeah, there's a few projects I'm thinking of, but I just haven't put any of them to paper. I don't know. I haven't thought of any, but maybe we could do something with the community, like a community project. If you guys help me do the first three, we'll do one together, the fourth one. And then make it for only the subbed individuals. Anyone can help, but the sub people will be the ones to decide what the project is. But I also feel like I'll think of one that I really want to do. You know one that I would really probably like to make? One that's like make an auction house website for like buying a house or buying cars. Get rid of the middleman. Find a private seller app. No realtors allowed, only buyers and sellers. That might be kind of dope. It's very selfish of me. Very selfish of me. Would require some web development. It'd be nice to get back into my HTML hat. I wouldn't be opposed to it. Web dev, backend, database, login. And you guys know I'm gonna bring the sun and moon rotation background back for sure. I would love to bring that project back. Yeah, it's not bad, and I would definitely. We're not over here building everything. Like, I'm very much so past the phase where I'm trying to build everything from scratch. Sockhead, I had some projects under my belt. I had to go back and remind these motherfuckers who I am. I had to tell some folks, y'all really didn't. I was out here. Like, people. Like, motherfuckers used to have to come check on me. Motherfuckers had to come check on me and be like, Hero, you okay? I used to tell them, yeah, man, I'm fine. What you doing? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to get this money by Friday. I gotta call you back. It's just, I used to be out here. So, like, we had we never finished the Battleship one. Never finished that one. That one, I think, like, got out of control. I couldn't figure out, like, there was too many things I was trying to do, but I was trying to get the board to change colors as the piece was moving. And when the piece moved, the color didn't change. And then if it did move, well, now actually that I think about it, I know how I would handle that. It's because I had too many things pointing to the same tile. And really what you wanted to do is have an overlay tile. Damn. It's crazy what a little bit of time away from your code would do for you. Without even looking at it, I remember the exact point in that code where I would call the same tile. And of course, the tile would change colors. You would have to create and produce another tile to then put it exactly over that point. And because you have the point of said tile, you use the coordinates of it, but you just make the Z a little higher. Like 0.5. Damn, I literally just thought of this. That's crazy. Alright, that's crazy. Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, streaming days. I like that. And we could definitely think of projects for sure. You know, a project people have been asking for a lot, and we could do this in conjunction with the editor, is Sockhead, I know you got a bunch of cool projects. Shit, you had one dope ass one that you were doing before you got Mr. Busy. Well, I mean, you could do a teach me session. It's just the readmes. Hey, motherfuckers get jobs off of readme. You feel me?
The people.
We get jobs off of readmes. When was the last time you touched your GitHub? I couldn't tell you, brother. Couldn't tell you, brother, but I did it. All right, yeah, we'll come back to that. We're streaming tomorrow, but actually, we could do some work. let's do a little work. We got a video we can edit, and you guys can join me for that. But I did want to just, it's good talking to y'all, man. I missed y'all. I'm a sucker. I missed y'all. All right, let me. It's good. It's like, I promise y'all, it's a lot of people, and this is something that I was like super sad to hear. Like, I hear like a lot of people dread streaming. They dread it. And I'm like, man, you don't like streaming? They're like, no, it's horrible. Da 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 this, da 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 that. I'm like, what did y'all do? Who hurt y'all? Who hurt y'all? Not me. I do enjoy it. And I know it's a stressful thing, right? Like anything, it's stressful. I gotta reset this. Alright, hold on. I gotta reset this because I don't know what I'm doing. Reset. Uh-oh. Okay. Alright, but if I made you this, oh, I guess that works too. Okay. This is Adobe Premiere. It's an editing software. This is where I edit all of my videos. It is subscription based, but for educational purposes, I have found a way to use it without paying a subscription. For educational purposes only, though. But you should definitely, you should definitely pay for it. If I do hit anybody up for a sponsorship, it's gonna be they punk ass. Tell Adobe to hit me up. I should hit them up. In fact, we're gonna make them the first people. We should make them the first people we get on subscription. It's Premiere Pro. Adobe Premiere Pro. But you're going to need After Effects too, because I have that one. I have that one as well. What am I looking for? I'm looking for this. Why can't I hear this? Oh, it's because my shit's on mute. The After Effects. So After Effects is how I make the thumbnails and make like hard edits. So say for example, yeah, like if I wanted to do like special effects, or if I wanted to seriously like special effects in the sense of like make Iron Man, like put on an Iron Man suit, you would do that in After Effects. And then you make the effect and then you import it into Premiere Pro. It really, you need, if you really want to be serious about content creation, you need an Audition, which is the audio feature, Premiere Pro, After Effects, Photoshop, and they have like a 3D builder and an animation studio. The animation studio is not as good as some like traditional art ones, but it's very powerful. So if you've done the art somewhere else, you can very much so put the power of Adobe behind it. I like the animation studio for that reason. How do you find time to learn and use all these tools? I mean, I'm not going to stunt. Desperation. Because when you're making content, and I'll say I have a deep admiration for like the arts, and the user interface between all of them is fairly simple, similar. So like the same key functions work across different storylines. But I think above all else is I really wanted to get good. Like you just imagine like coding is by far not even like my strength. Like one of my like great strengths. It's a strength that I put upon myself. I've always been connected to the arts. I've gravitated towards it. But like you really, and you really don't know, like I really enjoyed this video. If you haven't seen this video, the last deep dive video I did where like I fixed the lighting and I did some shit with the other stuff, that video did so well. And I'm not saying it did well it didn't get as many views as I wanted it to get, but I'm like very pleased with the outcome of the video. Like I really got to show my chops with it. Right? I need to come up with a new catchphrase for next year. I think this year was I want to talk about something. I want to get some shit off my chest. But I think I want to bring the fuck around and find out. I need to tie it into something. Yeah, if you wanted to fight somebody, every person that turns the videos immediately wants to fight. What the fuck you say? Yo, this reminds me. I was at the gym last week Monday, and this guy comes in, and we're in the sauna. Now, it's a public sauna in your local gym. It's not a Lifetime Fitness, and that's the mistake I made. I should have paid to get into the high class, but I want to be amongst the people. And we're in the sauna, and this guy is going in, doing reverse elevated push-ups. So he has his feet on the wall, and he's doing push-ups. You know, he's doing high knees. He's doing deep squats with the Russian twist. I mean, he's doing everything, and here to judge. You know, clap it up. Who am I to judge? My man's is working hard out here. Who am I to judge? But he has his headphones on. And if you know anything about a sauna, exposing electronics to extreme heat will cause them to temporarily shut down so that they don't burst into a ball of fire because it's a fire hazard. And for some strange reason, when his batteries died, that usually is a signifier to me that my workout's over. Battery dies, I'm going home. I don't have to be here anymore. But for him, his battery dies, and he said, you know what he decided to do? In a room full of 8 people, no disregard, just turn his speaker on. Now, I want to state something up front, because what came out of my mouth next definitely makes me prejudiced. And I think I'm allowed to be prejudiced given circumstances. Oh, Hero, how can you say that? Shut up. I'm prejudiced against all cops. Go fuck yourself. It's nothing personal. I have my reasons. He was probably thinking I was going to say, and if you were sitting there thinking I was going to mention like white people or something, something's wrong with you. That's a you problem. But me, my prejudices are towards organizations like the government. And his music, he's playing. But like I said, I want to preface this, that I am prejudiced, but I am not a racist. And his music is playing. Now, in my mind's eye, could I have approached him a little bit softer and gentler? Yes. But the fact that people don't know this and go into the public where I have to then deal with this is why it had to be aggressive. So there's 8 people in the sauna. Including him, he decides to turn his music on. And I look over and I'm going to say, hey, what the fuck? Are you at home right now? Do you not have any home training? You think everybody wants to listen to your fucking music? And he takes his head. He looks at me and says, what do you say? And I was like, bro, why would you come in here and turn your music on like you the only one in here? You don't think I want to play my music? He was like, you have headphones on. What the fuck you worried about? I was like, that's not the point, brother. This is not your unlimited void. This is not your personal domain expansion. You do not have a sure hit in this bitch. He was like, stop talking to me. And then I was like, bro, this wasn't a request. It's either turn your music off or step outside. And he says, or else what? And then I pulled him down from that step that he was on. So he was on eye level. And of course, he's like this tall next to me. And I'm like, now, I'm going to ask you nicely. Please turn the music off and be mindful and respectful of other people in this private space. And he was like, no. And I was like, You saw how quickly I snatched you from up there, right? The next, I'm going to snatch you outside. And I guarantee you, before the security can get here, you're going to be in a pool of your own blood. So do you want to be a man about this? Or do you want to be a boy about this? Because he was clearly young. He was clearly a college kid. When I snatched him down, it was clear that he didn't even realize he was on another level. Like the shift in the shift happened so quickly, it didn't dawn on him. And at this point, he's still puffing his chest. So I hit him with the 3, 2, and then somebody gets up and says, "Hey, bro, for real though, you should turn your music off. This is a public setting. No, you didn't even ask anybody if they wanted to listen to the music." To which I then said, "Exactly. If you had at least had the decency to ask and be like, hey, do y'all mind if I play my music?" I would have let it go. I would not have cared. I would have let it play. But the simple fact that he didn't even, he wasn't bothered enough. He didn't have the manners enough to acknowledge us enough. And that was the thing he kept saying. No one else is complaining. I said, bitch, I'm complaining. So I'm a nobody now? He was like, shit, but nobody's complaining. Motherfucker, I'm complaining. He kept saying that shit. And I just wanted him to say, yeah, you ain't nobody. Boom. Nobody just knocked your ass out. That's what, I had the line. Literally, I had the punchline waiting for him. I had the punchline. I had the punchline waiting for him. And the guy talked some sense to him. He was like, bro, like, he could, and then he was like, he didn't have to charge me up like that. He didn't have to charge me up like that. He was like, but bro, he asked you nicely. And now I'm asking you nicely. 2 people have asked you, and you're still going against the grain. So he turns the music off. And as soon as he turns the music off, I sit back down and say thank you. Now you're probably saying, Hero, how did you know he was young? How did you know he was a brat? How did you know he had never been punched in the face before? Because you want to know something young men do when they've been shit on by somebody else? Like, you see this all the time. If you've ever been at a bar with someone who just got there drinking, is able to drink, and they're picking themselves off the ground, what do they always want to do? They always want to fucking shake your hand. Oh! They always want to shake your hand. Shake my hand. Hey man, shake my hand. I'm a man, shake my hand. He kept saying that. I'm a man, shake my hand. I didn't pay him no mind because what I wanted was achieved. The goal, the message, the objective, achieved. So I didn't give him the gratitude. And for some reason, for them, it's like a power dynamic. Because he was going to probably try and squeeze my hand without realizing I have grip strength enough to fracture a human skull. Are you kidding me? A handshake? So after he didn't get that, the whole time now he's I was the best thing that happened to him. He's going 10 times harder. Hard push-ups. Hard like fuming at the mouth. And then the other guy had to go up and tell him. He's like, hey man, he's an OG in here. And he was like, he really would have beat your ass and you don't even notice. But the dude, he's a doctor. And four of the security guards that work at the officers that work at the hospital come to the same gym as me. And he was like, you would have been arrested, tagged and bagged, and they would have sent you to, you assaulted an officer, brother. Because we have an influx of all these new people who are coming from college. So like it's like a local gym. It's absolutely like I've never seen him before. He's definitely home from college, and thinks like because he's getting his degree in sociology, he's now a brain. He thinks he thinks he's in charge, motherfucker. Hmm? He was like, he would have backed and tagged you, and then sent you upon your way. And he was like, yeah, but he didn't charge up. He was still arguing. He's like, bro, is not even up for debate, really. Any one of us could have told you to turn that shit off. And then my 20 minutes was up. So I'm like, I get up and I say, hey man, if you ever want that handshake, feel free to come work out with me anytime. He was like, you couldn't keep up with me. You couldn't keep up with me. You couldn't keep up with me. All right. You know, I go out. I do my little bench. A little 385, 2-piece. Nothing too special. He gets us out there. After doing all them push-ups and working himself up in there, comes out there, gets on the bench, goes no warm-up, straight to 225, which is my repping weight for 15 reps. That's my repping weight. No warm-up, no nothing. 225, like I said, this tall. Does one, passes out. Bar chinned him. The ambulance has to come pick him up. Everybody thinking I was the one that knocked him up. They're like, damn, hero, you didn't have to hit him. I was like, I didn't touch him. I didn't touch him. I didn't touch him. They literally, everybody said, hero, why'd you hit him? I'm like, I didn't touch him. The bar literally fell, dashed his chin up. So they had to call the ambulance because he gave himself a concussion. And literally, I think the bar hit his clavicle, but could have crushed his windpipe. And could you imagine the irony of the situation? I would then have to come and open his airway because he had a crushed windpipe. Like, what irony, right? No, I heard the fall. I heard the plate because also he didn't have clips on, so I heard the weights fall to the side. You know, you always know that sound effect. It sounds like the Three Stooges. This is, oh man, I just aged myself. It's like a Three Stooges sound effect when the weights just clumsily fall. Because when weights fall with authority or a sense of control, it has a unique sound. But when it falls with no grace, that's the one that makes everyone turn their head and say, what the fuck are you doing? So as soon as I heard that and I saw the commotion, because a few people rushed over to help him, and then I saw the blood and I was like, oh, what happened? But then I saw the weights on the ground. I was like, there's no way. It took me 40 minutes. So that means he stayed in that hot space additional 40 minutes. It took me 40 minutes to work up the power to get to 385. There's no way he got to 225 that quickly. So he clearly passed out, dehydrated, overheated, and didn't have enough oxygen reserves, right? Hey, yo, what's up, Robo? Robodon, what's up? So basically, the ambulance comes, they get him, they check him. He can't drive home, so I think like his sister comes and picks him up. and just shame, head down the whole time. Didn't even glance at me. Didn't even glance at me. And rightfully so. Keep that motherfucking head down. But like I was just at first I was feeling bad for him, but then I was just like, there's no way no one told you this before. Talk about the Logan Paul beatdown. You want to know something that's kind of shocking to me? It's not that the beatdown he took, it's the suing him after you lost. It was a great teaching moment. It was a great teaching moment. And the thing that I'm mad, I think the thing that I'm mad about was, and this is the thing, Sockhead. What music do you think he was playing that got me to say that? Now keep in mind, I have acknowledged that I am prejudiced because of just who I am. I know I'm prejudiced, but I'm not racist. What music do you think he was playing that forced a reaction out of me? Because that's something I specifically kept out of this story. I mean, I play guitar, so there's no, and I'll be clear, there's no music he could have played that would have stopped him from getting a response from me. Some P Diddy shit. Robo coming in hot. Robo coming in hot. No, he was playing ranchero music, like deep abuela's 60th birthday ranchero music. Like the beat don't drop for 20 seconds. Like mi amor, like going hard. No beef. If he was playing Tupac or Biggie, he would have got the same sense. He was Spanish. I left that completely out. He was Hispanic. The thing he said that was so hurtful to me. This hurt my feelings. It made me mad actually. He said, "What?" He said, "What? You don't fuck with Hispanic music? You racist?" He said that out loud. And for a split second, I felt like a white 50-year-old plus man who just got called racist while coaching his son's baseball team. I'm not racist. I let Rontrell on the team. I let Jesus on the team. I'm not. I felt like saying I wanted to name every I almost uttered these words. I can't be racist. My fifth godchild is Hispanic. I almost said this. I was like, I can't be racist. I know where all the ICE facilities are because I protest there often. Like I felt a need to defend myself, and I almost fell for it. But all I could do was laugh and say, my return was a lot wittier. It was, I was like, "Hey man, I would have told you to turn that shit off even if you was playing Tupac and Biggie, motherfucker. It's not about the music, it's the principle." He almost got me though. I can tell this to you guys. I know you guys won't judge me. Oh. He almost got me though. But yeah, it became painfully clear to me that not only was he battling with getting like semi-bullied by me, right? He pretty much got bullied by me. because I had I had already put hands on him, and he wasn't prepared for that. He did, but I was overzealous about it, right? I could have been way more gentle. But I think it was just because I was hot. We're in a sauna. Everything's kicked up tight. Like in a sauna, everything is times two. So you're that much more tired, you're that much more hungry, you're that much more sweatier. You don't want to be bothered while you're in there. But I think that's something that like I really will never understand. Why are people okay with disturbing the peace? And you want to know why people are okay with disturbing the peace? Is because they don't feel significant. Because they feel small in a room. Not because if it was selfishness, it would imply that they have something to gain. But by disturbing the peace, you don't gain anything. So it has to be subconscious. They have to feel like no one sees me here, so I have to do something to be seen. Remember, we are creatures of habits, and our habits dictate. If no one was paying attention to you while you were doing upside down push-ups, this will get their attention. It is, and that's what I'm saying. You want to know why he was bleeding from his chin when that bar hit his chin? It wasn't because he lacked experience. It's because he didn't have no hair there. Straight up. Straight up. And that was the message. I think that's above all else. He received the message. So like even in the future, like because you know what people like him are gonna do, right? People like him, what they're gonna do is they're gonna be looking over their shoulder. They're gonna be looking over their shoulder more, and that's what it is. I don't know. I don't know if this is the proper way of thinking about it, but I think in a world where there's no dangerous people, where weak people, like cowardly people and weak people don't feel to the instincts to look over their shoulders. I enjoy when cowardly people have to look over their shoulders. It's one of my favorite pastimes. Because when that happens, when they're looking over their shoulders, that means they're not causing people strife. Right? So those are the type of people I enjoy having like this effect on. Because he's going to do it again. But guess what? He's only going to do it because now at least I've established that at any point, any grown man will approach you. That's what he has to know. I was the biggest person, but the shortest person in the room definitely came to my aid. So in that instance, two people came to him and told him. So even if he does this again, he's going to do it when the room's empty. He might do it and have it super low. And then you want to know what's going to happen? It's going to be super low. Somebody's going to look at him from the side of your eye, because you know when people are looking at you, he's going to feel someone looking at him and he's going to turn it off. He's going to turn it off. But if he ever sees me again, he knows, like, it literally will be a joke. Because that's how cowardly people function. Cowardly people function that way. You have to make cowardly people look over their shoulder. That's because in his mind, he's never going to learn the lesson of why he got yelled at. He's just going to think I was being rude. But sometimes the lesson is learned through the regression, and I'm okay with that. If the consequences is him looking over his shoulders more often, I'm perfectly fine with that. But yeah, I thought that was hilarious. I, it's because no, but I think it's like it's really lack of home training, right? Let's call it what it is. It's lack of home training, because he probably comes from a household where he's never had rules imposed on him, and I don't want to speak ill will of the young man. I mean, I can only speak on this behavior I've seen is where there's not a significant male presence. Because or and I can say this, or a very lenient presence. Because you know what this gave? This gave, you want to know something that I also think is completely irrelevant and inconsiderate and very rude? Is when people in the house are showering and they play music loud enough to hear it over their shower, which then just reverberates throughout the house. Now imagine you wake up to go to work at 6 a.m. every morning. So everyone in the house just has to wake up with you. So I remember the first time my brother did that, and literally, I don't know if I was thinking clearly or not, but I took the radio and just pushed it into the toilet, and it short circuited in the house, like short circuited. I was thinking to myself, oh my God, thank God I didn't have the mindset to just throw it into the shower. Because, like, I feel like that would have been a natural response for me. But I just pushed it into the toilet. And he was so ready to fight me. And my dad made me pay for him to get a new one. But he never did that shit again. I was like, I looked at my dad crazy. I was like, what the fuck? What are you mad at me for? Why aren't you yelling at him? He was like, Hero, that was his item. He paid money for that with his own money. He paid money for that. I'm like, it's the money isn't the problem. It's the fact that I am awake right now on a Saturday at 6 a.m. because he wants to take a shower before work. That's why I'm mad. So, like, for me, that's what it gives. But, like, my brother never did that shit again. So I don't want to speak ill will of him, but that's what it's giving. It's giving no one ever told him no. And when you don't raise your kids at home, the world has to deal with them. And the world isn't that forgiving. The world ain't that forgiving. Yeah, well, and you want to know something else? Because by this point he hadn't gone to college yet, and that's another thing too. I think a lot of people, when you get a roommate, I prided myself. I got a roommate with somebody who was the polar opposite of me, the first time, and I'm pretty sure he would have been cool, but I was a sophomore and he was a freshman. And I was like, when I got to the room was already set up. And he was on the football team. The room was already set up. And I was like, hey, freshman, I'm sorry that if no one told you this, but I'm going to need you to vacate so I can set my stuff up on the side of that room. And he was like, but I'm already all set up. And I was like, once again, I'm sorry. I don't know why they put you with me. To be honest, like, there's no reason why a freshman should be in my room. But if you are going to be in this room, I'm going to need you to go ahead and move your stuff. And he was like, no. And this is football. So, like, there's a hierarchy. I'm a sophomore. A starting sophomore at that. So, I literally took his keys, kicked him out, and made him sleep in the hallway until I woke up the next morning and rearranged the room. And he apparently called his mom and dad. They came down there talking about, why was my son sleeping outside of his room? And I'm like, he needs to be reprimanded. I'm like, hey, that ain't your mama and that ain't your daddy no more. I'm your daddy. I'm your daddy. And they was like, we gonna get this sorted, man. We gonna get this sorted. Gave him, he was trying to be a walk-on. He didn't even make the team. You put me in a room with a person. So basically, I switched rooms, became roommates with the quarterback, Sears. And me and Sears were equal, were peers. So it makes sense. But yeah, like, the disrespect. The disrespect. But like, I just don't understand when people don't, and maybe that's the story of the underdog, right? The underdog story. Everyone loves an underdog. Underdog. Right? They think like, because you actually receive the wrong lessons from watching superheroes. You watch superheroes and you think you should stand up to bullies. No, dumbass. Don't stand up to bullies. Go find someone else to beat that bully's ass.
Get down.
Why would you put yourself in danger? He could have avoided sleeping on the couch if he had just called the coach, and the coach came up there and was like, all right, shit, look, freshman, he's your senior. If you want to be, he's your senior. If you want to have a good time on this team, you're going to have to learn to give some of this shit up. But no, he wanted to be tough. Or he could have been like, hey, look, man, anybody want to switch with me? Sears didn't like his roommate either. So it was perfect. Like, Sears said it out loud. He was like, fuck, Hero, what are you doing? I said, I got to move my shit to the other side of the room. It was like, where's your roommate going? I said, I don't know where the fuck he going. Because I really didn't know where the fuck he was going. He was like, you going to have this room to yourself? I said, probably. He was like, oh, okay. I remember exactly why I wanted that other side of the room. Because the other side of the room had the longer wall. So think about it. The wall is longer because there's no door to be opened. So his bed can only go a certain direction, while the other bed can go the other direction. And with that other bed going that direction, I can have two beds. Because in college, they give you twin beds. It wasn't until like my junior year that we got queen size beds. But I can't fit. I was like a 300-pound, 6-foot tall kid. A twin bed, I'm just not fitting on there. So all the bigger people always had twin beds. It was just known. That's the reason why I did it. Because when I came to the room, I didn't just come to the room with my shit. I actually came with the secondary bed that I had brought from across campus. So I'd already carried all of this shit. So like I wasn't even interested in explaining this to him. I was just like, bro, get the fuck. Like, why would you set your side of the room up without knowing who your roommate is? It's a lesson to be learned. You're absolutely right. And granted, wide receivers are divas, but you're a freshman on a team with a starter in your room. And I remember when I was a freshman, I was put up with my bro, my bro, um, who basically when I did my tour, he was the person who walked in, and basically he was like a party animal. I was a nerd, so he was like, "Man, you too nerdy for me. I don't want you to be my roommate anymore." He says, "I like fucking hoes. I like getting drunk. You don't drink. You don't fuck hoes." I was, I was a freshman. I didn't start fucking hoes till like halfway. But he was like, I would be up studying. He would come in. He'd be like, "I need the room, man. I'm about to start fucking." And before I could even get up, his pants are already down. I was like, damn. I'd be having to listen. I'd be having to listen to the door to see what he doing in there. It was hilarious. But yeah, I changed rooms. I changed rooms. He literally had his own room to himself. I said just fuck it. I'm changing rooms. So it's like, and when I beat him there, and check this out. Not only did I beat him there, I beat him there 3 days in advance. So by the third day, I started to unpack a little bit. But even I knew, looking at that room, if I was put with him, he would want that side. So I just set my shit up on my side. And even the coach came down to say, he said, "Abdullah, oh, I just want to come make sure your room is set up correctly." He was like, "Why you set your room up like this?" I was like, "You guys put me with LA. There's no way in hell LA is gonna want to be in the front and me in the corner." He was like, "You got some sense on you, boy. You gonna do fine at this school." It's like, okay. So like I had that in my mind already. And that's what it is. I have such high hopes for people. I have such high, like the optimism has been killed. But yeah, I understand I'm a menace. I completely, wholeheartedly understand I'm a menace. I always want to be, and that's why I put up with so many dickheads when I'm streaming. Like a lot of people come and ask me, a lot of streamers have come and asked me, like back in the past, like how do I deal with the dickheads in chat? And I tell them, one, you have to realize you're not in a position to humble them. You're not. Me as a streamer, I have three powers. I can A, just ban them. C, time them out. But B, which is my favorite, is just ask them. Like, who didn't hug you enough, mom or dad? Let's get to the root cause of why you feel the internet is the only place that you can't be yourself. And the truth is, it's because they're lonely. Trolls on the internet are just lonely. And once you realize that someone's just lonely, you feel bad for them. Because there's plenty of people who have been dickheads to me in the chat, and then they turn around and they'll follow me. They'll give the one dude. I put him in timeout for 10 minutes and roasted him for 10 minutes. He got out of timeout, gave 30 gifted subs and left. Never saw him again. And because the whole time I was letting him know, like, you didn't have to. You could have just came in, said, "Hey man, what are you working on? This place seems cool. What are you guys about?" And everyone would have ingratiated you. But you looked at the room, you saw the vibe, and you said, these complete strangers aren't talking about me enough. I want the person who's on camera to talk about me. So they try and make it about them. And if you give them that, then they've won. So I just put them in timeout and we just roast them. And they can't respond, and that's the best part. Because they're still watching. They're still watching. Right? So it's a part of me that wants to give them, it's my way of saying, here's a second chance. You don't have to be a dickhead. But I also have an obligation to protect the strangers in my stream, right? Speaking of which, can we talk about, there's two things I want to talk about before we end stream. The Powerball, and the motherfucking Jake Paul thing. Jake Paul getting knocked out. Which one do we want to cover first? Noob Master. Keep it in mind, we can talk about this some more tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow. What am I doing right now? Okay, you want the Jake Paul? All right. So, I don't think I'm going to say anything that hasn't already been said, but I do want to bring my attention to something. My biggest beef with Jake Paul is he thinks black culture and black achievements aren't worthy or impressive. He thinks that he thinks that the accomplishments of black people are not worthy of his acknowledgement. And I would love nothing more than, because if you have to say anything about him or commend him about anything, his level of confidence is unearthly. Like, you would have thought this man could walk on water. But I want to put into perspective, keeping in mind I'm not a world-class athlete. I just happen to play amongst them. And I have bore witness to grown men punching through car windows, shattering, like lifting cars off, pushing cars on two wheels up a incline for fun. So I've witnessed this terrifying thing called unadulterated power. And to think, as an underweight class boxer with below average boxing skills, you were going to take on a multi-world champion gold medalist. Uh, and no one can sit here and tell me that those other boxers didn't take a dive. Everyone knows. Anyone who plays the sports knows. You can tell when someone's not going full power. Mayweather shook him up and had to hold him up one time. The ref almost called it. But the thing that I think was more oblivious to me is when they decided to make the contract of this fight known, and they said, "Oh, Jake, you just have to make it 5 rounds. Just have to make it 5 rounds." But even with Mike Tyson, they put up a rule that said no headshots. They said no headshots. Could you imagine not putting that same clause in for someone close to their prime? AJ? Right? So, like, just put that in perspective. No clause, no knockout clause, except for the first 5 rounds. So, you know what happened? Jake Paul actually thought he was going to tire him out by running around. And I'm going to say this also. He didn't look like he was in great shape. Jake Paul. But I'm going to confess something right now. The cockback and him saying whoa before he gets hit, I've already ordered a 22 by 33 portrait of it to have it hang over my bedroom. And I want it to be known as like this new cultural like phenomenon of like oh, like, you know, like those, you go to a black person's house and you see that old black, like that, like Harlem Nights black artwork. Yeah, that's where that picture's going in my house. I know who AJ's agent is. You know AJ is Nigerian, right? AJ is Nigerian, so I'm only 6 Nigerians away from meeting him if I wanted to. If I sent that to him, I'm pretty sure he would sign it for me. Well, if I walk up to Jake Paul and ask him to sign it, he isn't going to say much because his jaw's going to be wired shut for 4 to 6 weeks. Thank God. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. And you want to know, I have a conspiracy theory too, Robodon. Here's the conspiracy theory for you. I think, because this commercial has been going around the block, a movie came out recently called David. And it's based off of the biblical story of David and Goliath. And simultaneously as they were doing their press run, this is the one thing you haven't heard. David and Goliath was coming out. David and Goliath is being produced. And David and Goliath is being made by those people who make those sort of weird Christian movies. Hey, there's an audience for it, I'm sure. But they are also a sponsor. They are also a sponsor of Logan Paul's. So there's a part of me that felt like if he had won, there's definitely going to be a ad for him saying, sometimes David does win going against Goliath. Roll credits. There's a part of me that wants to believe that that's true. But you can't deny it's weird that a movie about a biblical story about a little man, and Goliath was probably really just 5'10", because Jesus was like 4'11". Right? Jesus was like 4'11". Short kings everywhere. But yeah, it would have been diabolical. Diabolical. So yeah, that's my feelings on Jake Paul. I can't wait for the printout to arrive. It's gonna be great. I can't believe there was any instance in his mind because like you picked a person who also doesn't need the money. So he honestly believed if he could get him to the fifth round, I guess because he saw that AJ gets tired after the seventh round, and AJ would get tired. He has an extremely interesting physique and physiology that makes it harder for him to box heavier people. Because a lot of people don't understand is he gets tired faster because the hits he receives land harder. Heavyweights literally live and breathe off of the fact that they have a body fat composition. You ever see those big sloppy heavyweights and you wonder how they make it so far into it? It's because they be absorbing them hits. Them hits be rolling off of their asses. So very much so, like I don't understand what his winning strategy would have been. He got hit so hard at one point. He went into double leg him. He reverted back to his wrestling days. And then like his goofy little brother. So okay, and by the way, just so we're clear, the next person he's gonna fight is his brother. Because because the phenomenon's over. No more. You can't say you're beating up on black people anymore. That mysticism is done with. All of that shit is over with. Right? It's over. There's a part of me that feels like I don't know if, because then like this couldn't have been about the money, because if you wanted to keep making money, you definitely pick another loser that you can pay to knock out. But maybe there was a steady decrease since in the revenue. So maybe he felt the need to, okay, I have to fight someone for real. But you pick AJ? Bro. What? Yeah, some publicity is good. Some publicity at some points any publicity is good publicity. But at some point you need quality publicity to stay relevant. You absolutely need quality stuff to stay relevant. And after seeing this, I honestly believe he goes the route of MMA. He goes and fights with Dana White. Because no one will take him seriously in boxing anymore. And I guarantee you he would definitely be a card fight for next year's July 4th extravaganza on the White House lawn. Yeah, Sake, good point. Boycott that mother. You can't boycott this version of like publicity. Did you hear what Vance said lately? Merry Christmas and happy holidays, my brother. Hope you're well. What's up, King? Absolutely. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas to all the party people out there. Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, whatever y'all serve. Jake Paul beard didn't protect him. No, hey, that's a hell of a callback. Let this be a sign to y'all mother lovers. If you don't got no beard to protect your chin, don't be out here talking crazy. Christian Codes, what's up? Don't be out here talking crazy if you don't got no hair to protect your chin. What a great callback. Because his chin was exposed. You got hit hard as hell when you look for a camera to capture your reaction. He was like, whoa, did you guys see that? Yeah, bitch. All 16 cameras and 5,000 iPhones captured that shit. Somebody said he got hit so hard, it looked like one of his tattoos moved. Somebody said one of his tattoos moved, and I could not stop laughing. Somebody said he got hit so hard, it almost felt like it was racist. Oh, man. Because you see the smile. It's a simple 1-2 combo. And he literally drops his guard. You know what somebody says is something like this? Jake Paul, February 14th. I want to fight AJ. Jake Paul, December 20th. I regret fighting AJ. I am suing AJ for kicking my ass. No, with somebody else. So what was the one that somebody said that one, it had me in tears. Somebody said AJ beat him, knocked some sense into him. How you get the sense knocked into you, but your jaw get broken in the process? Feels like that's some hard ass sense, huh? I never seen someone so happy to take a picture of his broken jaw. Because for him because it's a very much so a disease, and it's a form of like platitude. In his mind, he's thinking about the next big thing. There's no shame. There's no reflection. Let's say he didn't even want to take the approach of shame or reflection. Right? Where's the appreciation for there are hundreds, thousands of amateur boxers who would demolish him. Amateur boxers. I'm talking about people with less than 5 fights under their belts. Who are begging for the opportunity, who have made the sacrifices, who have cut weight, who have donated blood before a match just to make weight. Who have fasted. Like those people who truly sacrifice and love the sport. And they'll never get this payday. They'll never see this much money. They'll never get this much notoriety. They'll never be acknowledged for their skills. And I'm not even talking about America. You could go to Thailand, Cuba, Jamaica, China, Japan, anywhere. Boxing is a universally sound sport. It has a culture everywhere you go. And I am man enough to say I had 3 amateur fights, and I knew getting punched in the face was not something I was good at. So the fact that he doesn't even have a sense of appreciation to be like, look, This was a great opportunity for me to truly understand. Like, just imagine if he wanted to tie this off with a bow. What a fitting way for him to learn. What a fitting way for you to learn the true meaning of boxing, other than to get your jaw wired shut. Because it's literally the sport telling you to shut the fuck up and take this lesson. And I think that's just the perfect bow on it, for me at least. You disrespected the sport, you showed it no love, you showed it no adorations, you showed it no publicity, you used it as a play toy. So what better way for you to leave this sport than leave it learning a lesson? Shutting the fuck up. I don't think but I don't think he gets into a boxing match, a boxing ring anymore. Because the question is, who do you fight? Do you go back to beating up on people you paid off? Or do you try and fight someone else? Seriously. Who would you fight that you, on a serious level, and think you could beat if you didn't pay them off? And that leads me to the second thing. What does he do for relevance? For the last, I think, 5 years, this has been his only, and this is why you look at his brother and see why his brother is a little bit more successful. Because I think his brother does like the wrestling thing and still does the podcast. Like, the Paul brothers don't strike me as a group of people who want to be, like, boxing is a sport where you have to commit your livelihood to getting in shape. These aren't people who seem disciplined. These aren't people who seem like they want to be in shape all year round. Like, like, so like they picked a sport that requires your blood, sweat, and tears, and they literally have shedded none of them for it. So of course it's the result you're gonna get, and of course that's the reason why you have to pay people off. Right? So like, it's not a shock to me. When they were 5 years ago, when they were a lot younger and a lot more, lot less shit to worry about, they thought this was a good idea. They're heading into their 30s. As a 37-year-old, I'm here to tell you, there's no pretending you want to do some sports shit. Right? Right? Also, AVGL's on the move. If I had $100, I'd put it. I'm listening to the last part of this video, and I just brought up a great point. Chris about to get a call. No, like, you want to know, like, theoretically, and King, you missed it. We were saying that his best bet is to go to the MMA and work with Dana White, and Dana can set him up. You know what you know what he would do? Dana would make him the new captain of whatever, like the best MMA, when they have the two old people as captains, and then they have the team they pick, and then They face off at each other. Yeah, he's a douchebag for sure. He's a douchebag for sure, but like douchebags stick together. You ain't ever seen a pile of shit and been able to tell the difference. Barry, you said you from Atlanta? I love Atlanta. Yeah, but like money makes things, but is ego and leverage are not equal. You can have an ego, but if you don't have leverage, you'll be humble. And Logan and Jake Paul is on the downturn. You just got your jaw broke in two different places, and the freeze frame photo, 16th of a millisecond before it happened, is going in hundreds of black households as the new version of black artistry. He needs help. He needs help. He literally, we clown Drake for suing Kendrick for Not Like Us. Jake Paul, that's giving Jake Paul energy right now. That's what Jake Paul's doing. I'm suing somebody for beating my ass in public. When you talk about change, this is the type of change I want. Change in dental plans, motherfucker. I hope, and you know he got knocked out at the worst time. Everyone's benefits is resetting right now, so he's definitely waiting until January 14th to get his shit redone. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a long layover check. He ain't gonna have. Imagine you can't do the countdown because your shit wired shut because you talked too much shit in the beginning of the year. Oh my god. Imagine you can't do the end of the year countdown because of all the shit you talked throughout the year. Damn. Damn. No, absolutely. You absolutely. Absolutely. Through the wire. Through the living. Through the wire. No, I can't say that I literally, after the first fight, I don't think I was following Jake Paul. The Tyson fight, I didn't follow Jake Paul because he's a 55-year-old man, and I'm really tired. And 50 Cent is starting to fall into this category. I'm tired of seeing Shaq, Kevin Hart, Snoop Dogg, 50 Cent, Mike Tyson, and Ice Cube being the predominantly black males on TV. We need to rotate that shit. I can't put my finger on it, but there's something extremely racist about that. And Terry Crews. We gotta get these motherfuckers off the camera. I don't know how to describe it. Get your money, but we gotta get these motherfuckers off the screen. Because there's a clip of Kevin Hart yelling at somebody from Kai Cenat's crew, and he's yelling at someone from Kai Cenat's crew because he's talking to his daughter. And it's like, Kevin, you put yourself in proximity of these kids, which isn't really talked about enough. I know they're not kids in the sense of like young kids, but Kevin, you're a multi-million-dollar megalomaniac. Why are you hanging out with streamers? Yeah, like, I'll say this. Black men who don't fuck with the community took a lot of L's this year. Michigan head coach. Oh, even that other dude, um, the dude from Fresh and Fit. He went to that Charlie Kirk thing. They didn't let him in, and it's like Officer Tatum said, we didn't get the files. I'm not interested in protecting. So like when I think of like there are so many lessons that were learned this year that just people won't carry over to next year, and it's sad because that means your bitch ass gonna have to learn it again. Too bad he couldn't dip fast enough. If he could have dipped his head as fast as he talked shit, he'd be alive to spit it. Those two Hodge twins got denied too. And this is something that, hashtag we're not a political channel. Hashtag we're not a political channel. But there's not enough money in the world. No, hold on. Y'all need to see me for this shit. Y'all got to see me for this shit. There's not enough money in the world for the amount of books that I've read. Like, I'm talking about old school racism, where they used to eat you and take your body parts as souvenirs. Before they mounted animals they hunted, they mounted our body parts. And whenever I see somebody who is of the complexion, shucking and jiving, toe tapping, raccoon trash dumpster diving, it leads me to believe that these people are the ops. When we talk about how did these people infiltrate, the CIA didn't send a white person to infiltrate. They sent somebody that looks like us, and the people that look like us, these are these people. So like when I think about it deeply, when I truly deeply think about it, the Officer Tatums, the Hodge twins, these people are more dangerous in action than actually the oppressors they're trying to please. I read a news article, a journal from the early 1800s, when they were talking about slave owners who had passed on their slaves to their widowed wife, and how the widowed wife, in an effort to portray herself as a strong leader, would be 10 times crueler, right? So like it and none of these people are dumb, but it's just the amount of money. And I just don't know if there's a number somebody's throwing at me, right, that gets me to sell out like that. Like, I'll sell out. You guys know damn well. If Zest came in this bitch talking about you got to run an ad every 5 minutes, but we going to give you 6 figures, y'all going to be drinking some Zest in this motherfucker, all right?
The people.
Y'all going to be drinking some Zest in this bitch. There won't be no more ads. Ain't no more subs. But to do something to harm some people that look like you and think that they gonna pick you, nah, it's crazy. Pour it down my throat. Hey, yo. I appreciate it. So that's where my mind goes to with this shit, right? Like, I think somebody at my job got reprimanded at the hospital because like they wore a Charlie Kirk pin. Charlie Kirk was a hero pin, and this is a nurse. And somebody said this, and I haven't unheard it ever since. And the nurse, another nurse said to her, "White men are to cops what white women are to nurses." And I can't unhear that. Because it's a level of truth to it. It hurt my brain when I thought about it. I was like, oh shit. But like basically we had to tell her like you can't wear political pins. It got exactly. Think about that. She burst into tears. She was like, girl, why do you have that pin on? And she was like, because like once again, she's a nurse. She's chilling. She's with the people. But I don't know what possessed her because no one talks politics at work. In fact, that's how you get written up. That's why she got written up. She was like, oh, Charlie Kirk isn't a political figure. He's a religious figure. Everybody was like, no, he was a political figure. What makes you think he was a hero? Well, a religious figure. And she was like, oh, he talked about God all. And everybody was like, well, I'm sorry. And that's just like, that just lets me know, like, do they only selectively hear? The answer is yes. They only hear us because you don't understand how the algorithm works. And we all work with computers here, so we know how the algorithm works. Literally, I have been blocking certain content just to get it off of it. Expeditiously get a psych evaluation, and she took it. She appealed she appealed the thing. This is how I got involved. She appealed it, and then I got involved because I'm part of the appeal board, and I'm looking at the appeal record, and there's two white guys across from me, and it has to be a unanimous decision in order for it to be reversed. And he looked at me. One of the doctors looked at me, and he says, he looks at me and he reads the case and he gets up and says, whatever Hero says, I agree with it. He was like, I was like, shit. He didn't want to have no parts to do with this shit. And then the other white dude was like, well, Hero, do you want to read this with me? I was like, do you know who Charlie Kirk is? And he said no. And I said, simply just Google him from your phone. Google him from your phone. And when he Googled it, the algorithm clearly pointed him. Turning Point USA was the first thing that showed up on his Google search. But when I looked him up, the first thing that showed up for me was a YouTube video by Hassan Piker. What a drastic difference in opinions. What a drastic difference in opinions. See, even the Bible says there will be those who come in my name who are not of me. Ledger, great example. Because there's a correlation of this example. Remember when that lady was pretending she had a hungry baby in the background? Keeping in mind, this is a scary stat. When a baby is crying after not being fed for 3 hours, because babies have to eat like every 6 hours. By the 5th hour, their stomach will start to ingest itself. So they're literally eating themselves. Right? Cultural the tides. Appreciate you, King. Appreciate you, King. So like, right? So like that's what we're dealing with. That's what we're dealing with. And the amount of churches that was like, no. So like there is this like this imbalance of representation. And I get it. Religion has done a magnanimous job for some people, but other people look at it as a very, very divisive topic. I'm not here really to discuss the divisiveness of it. But like, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like Charlie Kirk was religious, then what does the devil look like? If Charlie Kirk was religious, then what does the devil look like? But when that nurse said that to the other nurse, she said, white cops are what to white men, what white cops are, and nurses are what to white women are. And I was like, damn. So that's what made the controversials. That statement caused her to cry, which made her reprimand. So when he read the few articles and stuff like that, I wanted to hear his opinion. I hadn't said anything yet. And he said, well, based on the letter of our rules, we can't have any political statements on us. You can have religious statement, and she's claiming he's religious. But he was like, it seems like he is extremely conservative, and he has called himself an evangelical Christian. But that also can be perceived as a religious movement because of our current president. So I would have to agree that while there are religious undertones, it still has an overbearing political statement. And I was like, okay, I agree with that. And I appreciated that assertion from him, because then it became a unanimous decision. But I think it was really strange that, like, people really try to redress him. But that's how history's rewritten by the victor, right? Problem is, religion can be a wicked double-edged sword. It can be great for personal evolution into something better, debatable. Yet there are those who will use it to college against others as tools of subjugation. For sure, the Book of Eli with Denzel Washington is a phenomenal movie. It had poor execution and pacing at some points, but the premise that the reason why he was so powerful, spoilers alert for a 20-year-old movie, I believe, is because he was walking around with the Bible. And the Bible was so powerful because we understand that the Bible is the word of God. But the catch was, Eli, the protagonist, was blind and the book was in Braille. So literally, he could control a generation of people. Is that the? Oh well, no, that's not the. Are you trying to guess the? Are you trying to guess the twist? It would be funny if no one could read. If no one could read. Hey, oh wait, is that actually true? I don't remember, but I just remember, like, either he was blind and the book was in Braille. Nah, he was blind. Okay. So he was blind. So it's a great twist, but the twist comes too late in the movie. Comes too late in the movie for me. And I just remember not liking that twist. But, like, it's just, like, how infectious it is, right? And, like, Yag talked to me about this. She was like, she wanted me to go back to my political channel and start making political content again. But I was like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? Am I going to talk to people who don't want their minds to be changed? That's not what's the objective here? I think I have to avoid it, but I'm okay with doing other things, right? Like, I would love probably a situation where we ask to interview people, like politicians. Just ask them very straight up questions. Hey, motherfucker, when you going? You 2 for 3 voting for healthcare, motherfucker. What's up? Into ego, facts. Hey, King, that's a bar. That's a bar. Dogma spelled backwards is I'm king. I'm God. Damn. Because like, what's the ultimate conclusion of debate content? There's two situations. Situation one is the best case scenario. You talk to somebody and you get them to conform. You get them to change their position. Or you talk to them and they not only do they double down, they become extremist towards it. Right? The guy, there's always an interview that I remember of a guy talking with a dude. He was arguing with him. He was trying to get him to acknowledge that being a PDF is a bad thing. And he was like, and he eventually just came out and said, I don't think it's a bad thing. And I was like, I'm not about to, what am I doing on the phone with a dude like this? Because if you thought if there are people in this world who believe being a PDF is the worst thing you could ever be, then you have to acknowledge that there are people, and you could say that out loud, the equal and opposite has to exist. That's the law of equivalent exchange. PDF? Yeah, now you get it. Now you get it. Now you get it. It took a second, but I knew you would get there. So, like, I don't want to have debates with these losers. That's not what I want to have debates with these losers. But I do, admittedly, I do have a unique ability to rationale with people. Whether it's because, well, going back to that topic at hand where I said I feel bad for certain people who can't seem to put down this facade that they got on, like, because you're not impressing anyone like me. I got a Super Bowl. I got a good job. Like, I'll be having lots of sex. You're not going. Like, you can't hurt my feelings. I'm doing okay, brother. But I would hope that they could be like, I'm not just like, I live a very conservative, by this every stretch of imagining, a very conservative version of my life. Like, I'm very fiscally conservative. I don't drink. I've never had a drink in my life. I don't smoke. Like, so like a lot of people could gravitate to me, sure. But like, I do have this ability to be perceived as like this tough dude, this cool dude, who's like, yeah, give people free healthcare. Like, because one time somebody was like, how are we going to pay for that? And I was like, yo, I think people who make $500,000 a year, anybody who makes less than $500,000 a year should be on food stamp. And the guy's brain shut down. He was like, huh. He went from talking to me like this to, you said what? I said, yeah. Everybody making less than $500,000 a year should be put on food stamps. And he was like, I was like, you notice how you're not saying who's going to pay for this anymore? You notice how you're not concerned about that anymore? It's because I've changed the class dynamic. And it shook him to his core, because when I removed the idea that poor people are the only people who should be on food stamp, it changed the meaning of food stamps. And he was like, where did you get that number from? I was like, well, it's simple. A lot of these big businesses get that level of discount from governments. Walmart is the country's biggest employers in person, and they have as the biggest employer are also the employer with the most employees on food stamp. Maybe I need to go to Toronto next year, because I spent a lot of time out of the country this year, and God damn it. I just can't believe how far back, like, America's so far behind. Ugh. It's depressing. You mean you want to guarantee people eat? Did I catch you wanting to be something? Did I catch you trying to be something, motherfucker? I don't know. I feel like with the religion is one of those things, beliefs in God, that I think is fine with sort of faith. Yeah, yeah, I agree. So like so when I finally got to realize that this is what classism is, right? It makes you believe that poor people don't deserve food, but companies do. And in an instance, he was like, so who would get? I said everybody making less than that, and everyone would be paying taxes. And then I told him, you know what would statistically probably happen? He was like, what? It would be made easier for people to use their food stamps. He was like, what do you mean? Well, I said, if I'm making $500,000 a year, I know I want to use those food stamps, but I'm not going to the store and denigrating myself to use two different cards to pay for one thing. If they're gonna give me the food stamps, they just give it to me as a check in my account. And he was like, I agree. And I was like, that's something they used to do before, but they literally argued them out of it because they want to embarrass those people. They want, because everyone knows when you pay for one card and then you bring out a second card, it's literally to embarrass them, right? And his the light, I saw the neurons flashing, everything was going, and he still couldn't bring himself because he went back to, well, I just don't know how we would pay for this. I said, of course not, but this will haunt you, and that's good. This will haunt you, and that's good. As someone who lives in Canada, okay, all right. I know Adobe legal team is drafting cease and desist. I paid my dues for this. Of course not, but tell me again why big corporations can just write off profits, and and it's not hard, right? One of the things that I think like really sticks in my brain, like as tax season is rolling around here, this $5,000 computer I have, I'm writing it off this year, which will, because my LLC is a single provider, it attaches to my tax bill, and I I make a significant money working in healthcare and the job I have, and I'm not gonna owe any taxes this year. I'm not gonna owe any taxes this year, along with the charitable donations I've made and the Salvation Army donations that I've made. And I think it's cruel and unusual. But but that lies the problem, right? It's crazy. And even I took it to a tax person. They were like, she told me, she was like, I could charge you, but you won't have anything. You'd just be paying me money for. I'm gonna get money back from the government. I, Rob, Sockhead, I'm telling you, fiscally, I am a conservative. I've never, I've never doubted that. It punishes you. I'll tell you a story. In this video that I'm editing, I'll tell you a story right now because I'm talking about the maladaptive daydreaming. Maladaptive daydreaming is a type of daydreaming you do when you are thinking of something that you cannot acquire, and instead of like being focused or working towards something else, you're stuck in it. This is the vision. The example of this is thinking that you're going to win the lottery, but you are losing money because you will never win the lottery, right? And hopefully nobody feels like I'm shitting on them, but in order for me to be very transparent and speak the truth to power, I have to be able to disclose those things about myself, right? Statistically speaking, you will win if you don't play. Do you get that though? You will statistically win by never playing. Because you could literally go into a hole. If I spent $1,000 and just randomly guessed the numbers, I don't think I would make $100 back. But to tell you the story real quickly, hey, if you win, don't forget who told you to play. Like, share, and subscribe.
Chop rice. No meat. Chop rice. No meat.
I like the one thing we do for Christmas gifts is I buy $50 in lotto tickets and give them out to people. And I think in the 10 years I've done this, I've only seen $100 like cross hands. The lottery is literally a tax on poor people. It is the promise to poor people that you can be rich too, right? But the story I want to tell you, clearly I don't play enough, clearly, is I noticed something that my grocery shop in the beginning of the year made it so that they said, hey, we'll give you 15 points every time you check out if you connect your card to our app. I said, sure, no problem. And I started getting a multiplier. So now I get 28 cents. And this time next year, I'll get $1 because of compounding interest, because I was one of their early adopters. I'll get $1 off of gas that I buy from their store. Right? Because I keep paying. But now I've started to notice that every time I check my email, usually about the time I'm about to go to the grocery store, because the algorithm knows it, they have started sending me coupons on the things that I buy the most. And after that, I started getting just, if you spend this much at the grocery store, we'll give you this much off. And I was like, oh shit, this is dope, right? Literally, I got 8 chicken breasts, buy one, get one free. Chicken breast. As you work out, you know how powerful those things are. $2 total, not per pound, total, and it's buy one get one free. So I walked out, and each packet holds 2. I walked out with 8 containers. I only paid for 4, spent $11. This is simple mathematics for me. 4 of them go in the freezer. I make 4 and I have it with my salad. Simple mathematics. I eat the Greek yogurt for breakfast. It's 10 for $11. And if you buy 20, you get 10 for free. This is simple mathematics. There is a catch somewhere. You gotta have the weekly app to scan in. I scan in, get the weekly app. They send me a survey over. It's 13 questions. It's 13 questions, and you can say yes to all and move on with your day. But this is the thing that disturbed me. In the moving weeks prior to, I noticed I would just have them always in my pocket. And obviously, while I'm standing in line, I would just simply hand it to the person in front of me or behind me based on how much of it I used. If I used all of them, I don't have anything in. But if I don't use them or they don't get, I hand it to the next person. I hand it to the next person. And this lady, this one lady, she was with her son, and it worked. And she was able to get the same discount I was able to get. And then like 2 weeks later, because I go every 2 weeks based on just what I'm dieting and what I'm using for my meal prep. The son points me out. Hey mom, that's the guy. She said she wanted to thank me. That coupon I gave her saved her about $80 off of her thing. $80 off of her thing. Now let's keep things in perspective. I have multiple people living in my house, depending on certain times, right? So I'm easily spending, and I go to the grocery store every 3 weeks to fill up for at least 4 mouths. So that's about $400 every trip, right? If there's a special occasion or something extra, maybe $500. And let's say like in between, we need something so and so cool, right? With that applied coupon, I was taking my shit down all the way to $230. $230. So to somebody who's coming to the grocery store every week, just buying stuff to eat literally for that night, they're able to get their meals for free, basically. And one day, I went to go give it to her. I said I had some more, and this was the 3rd time I've met her. And I was handing it over, and she says, "Oh, I got an email saying that those won't work." And basically, they had updated their policy so that coupons would now be assigned to your account. So if you don't use your correct account number, you can't use the coupon. And I was like, these rat bastards. Do you understand how cruel and unusual that is? Because they are essentially saying they are perfectly fine giving perceived rich people or people who spend a lot of money at the grocery store bigger discounts. They are systematically punishing people who don't spend money at the grocery store. That, it seems, because the differential shouldn't matter though. It's still money off. Because the money you've given me off would equal to their meal. So they're being intentionally cruel. They are literally being intentionally cruel. I literally just stole chicken breast from you guys. Like highway robbery. I did the thing where I had to call somebody. Can you price check this for me? He's like, "Sir, there's a sticker on." I said, "You got a scanner on you?" He was like, "Yes, sir." I said, "Take that motherfucking scanner out and scan that bullshit for me." He said, "Yeah, it's $2. As in $1 for chicken breast? He said, "Yes, sir." I said, "Not by the pound?" He said, "No, sir. Total. Wholesale." "What's wrong with it?" He said, it came in a box that was damaged. But the packaging wasn't damaged. It's been cleared. All right, go on about your business, big kid fam. Go on about your business. Give me a pallet jack over here, motherfucker. So like when you put that into context, right? That there's a vested interest in keeping people in their material worst state of affairs. It's about the cruelty. What's up, family? Nothing's wrong with it. It's the fact that it's only offered to people who wouldn't need it. Who wouldn't need it. That is a thing that would only be offered to what I'm assuming is 17% of the people that come to shop there. So the vast majority of people who need that discount can't gain access to it because when they take it up to the register, it scans out at $8.99. No, it's not without. You have to have the coupon. You literally have to have the coupon. That's what makes it disturbing. Because you're essentially giving me hey, Aldi's is a great alternative. I fucks with Aldi's. Oh, you're saying it's less noticeable. It's always more expensive to buy the smaller quantity. Yeah, so like for me it's like you know, has anyone ever seen the Venture Brothers and there's that scene with Brock Sampson and he's going into this military installation and they're like you got to leave your knife at the front and he's like I have to leave my knife? Make me. And the music starts to flare up and the guitar strings just start. It's just like it's the tension's building. Like, yeah. The 10-pack of something is always a better price than the 4-pack. I think that rule applies very much so to like Costco and wholesales. But in this scenario, they are usurping the process. It is a great Adult Swim show. Robodom, a man of culture, clearly. Okay. We spending $8 on 50 eggs here. My man's got a whole chicken coop. The grocery stores pay me to buy stuff, pretty much. Rebates, cashback. No, great means of doing it. Great means of doing it. There's just a part of me that like knows. I'm a sucker because I really enjoy food. Like when we talk about love languages, food is my love language. I like to cook for people. I like when people cook for me. You like me? Cook me something, motherfucker. I'm coming to your house. I want to see how you prepare your shit. Like, I know people be like, you can't eat everybody's food. But if your shit good, your shit gonna be good. Right? If your shit good, nobody can take that from you. Nobody's taking that from you. All right. They didn't give it to me. Ten packs chicken leg. Yeah, because okay, and like so, I'm actually low key thinking about like because all the snow is melted over here in Chicago. So I'm ready to pull the grill out on the patio, cause I don't think we're gonna get no more snow. And there's something about there's gonna be good football this weekend, good college football. If Georgia wins, we're going to Arizona. Going to Arizona. Because we're going to go see Georgia play. Whoever they're going to play. I think it's probably Ole Miss. I don't think there's going to be any more snow. I mean, for the last 3 years, we've only had... In the last 3 years, the total amount of snow we received this year was what we got for all last 3 years. The second year, I didn't even shovel. I just threw some salt down. And to be honest, I haven't bought any more salt. I think winter's over. It can be cold, but it's 41 degrees here, which isn't cold by no stretch of the imagination. 41 degrees here is light jacket weather. Oh yeah, it's going around. Yeah, Chicago is huge. It's pretty cold by the lakefront. I will say that. It ain't no joke at the lakefront. That shit be blowing. I'd be like, God damn. Why am I here? I made a tic-tac-toe game? Hey yo, awesome. Alright, let's wrap this up. Let's get this last video loaded. Make a thumbnail for it, and we can get the heck up out of here. We're gonna be back tomorrow. You made a tic-tac-toe game? Where's the is it in GitHub? Where you got it? Where is it at? And did you create an AI that I can compete against? Because I made an AI, call it Skynet. I'll be beating the brakes off that motherfucker. Seems like a rewarding career. What's your stock pick for the week? My stock pick for the week. U.S. stock market is closed early at 1 p.m. So stock market closed at 1 p.m. Right now I'm looking at AVGO. I have entered into a contract where it is sitting currently at I have an exit of I have a January 16th 2026 call expiring at a strike price at $3.90. I got the contract at $5.43, so that's $543. I have 4 contracts at that price, right? It's currently sitting at 2.45, which puts me at a negative 54%, and I'm down $1,191. That is on my short-term hold. On my long-term contract for AVGO, which I bought on the same day, I bought 3 long-term holds holding until December 2026 on the 19th, and they are currently up 8%. 4 contracts. That puts me up $4,322. So that one is going great. This one will, as soon as it hits 390, I'll make my money back on that one. If I had my picks based on the average cost analysis, AVGO is up, is my greatest, it's the best stock of the year for me. MU is also up. Oracle, oh wait, sorry, not Oracle. That's a lie. MBIS, ETR, VLOMU, and coming out of left field, 43% on the month, Delta Airlines, DAL. I was shocked too. Delta's had a great year. Anybody want to be a Delta member? Let me know. I'll send you my credit card link. I need to recommend 4 more people to get to platinum. Delta is because they have 2 new Amex. They have 2 new Amex card perks which really put them ahead of the other credit cards. Um, I've really enjoyed the Amex perks that I've gotten, especially because I've done a lot of international travel, so I get to stay in their lounges, and like four hotels I wanted to stay at were completely booked out, and they were able to get me access to it, so it was pretty dope. Like it does actually pay, like it pays its weight in gold. Super sick, and I can bring a friend now. I can bring a friend. My brother was like, oh yeah, here, I'll meet you up there. I was like, oh okay. Um, do I find places that won't accept? Really, it's just mom and pop shops, and honestly, I don't use them. Best friends forever. It usually is like mom and pop shops, and in those situations, I have a Mastercard. I think like if you're fiscally responsible, you can have two credit cards, but they shouldn't have the same max. On my Mastercard max, I have set the max at 10,000. Wow, my my Amex is all the way up to 50,000. And Mastercards are accepted everywhere. But when I'm traveling international, I also noticed that I've never my Amex card has never not been taken internationally. Yeah, it's just because of the fees, and to be honest, I think it's against the law in some states. You can't deny currency because of fees, but I don't think that is a rule in every state. I'm thinking of Texas. I think I tried that in Texas, and they told me like, they're like, "What? Where the hell you think you at?" Yeah, 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 yeah. Really, what it just comes in clutch, because then what happens is, right, you get these points, and then you can transfer them over to other accounts. So if you have like a Marriott account, right, you have a Marriott account, and you book in hotels. If you book 18 rooms, you automatically qualify for their platinum. So you get 5 rooms. Hey yo, what up, Poseidon? All the cool kids are coming out tonight. All the cool kids are coming out tonight. But really, what I like is when if you transfer it over to like another airline. So like when I was in London, I wanted to take this bullet train to Paris in Belgium, and I was like, fuck, okay, I gotta go buy a ticket. And I got to the concierge, and I pulled out my card to pay, and she was like, do you have any points that you want to put towards the ticket? I was like, points? She was like, yeah, you can transfer your Amex points over. And I was like, Amex points are very, very powerful. She was like, oh, it's like 1 for 500 of ours. So one Amex point for 500 theirs. Guess how much the goddamn ticket was? 1,300. And you have an exchange rate of 2,500, 100, or 200. So I did the 1,500. So I did basically three of my Amex points, 1,500, to get the dinner, because you can eat dinner on the train. So I was like, fuck it, yeah, let's eat dinner on the train. I just find the Amex card to be very powerful. Like it's in places where it's used and people like accept it. It's a powerful tool, and it kind of just it makes motherfuckers perk up because I did go to one restaurant one time. And admit it, it was a nice restaurant, and I did have overalls on. So just to give you a situation, I did have overalls on. I did feel a little dusty, but I did want some sushi. And when I sat down, when I was going to go, they were going to seat me. I could tell that they were like, this guy looks kind of rough. They're like, we do have a cover fee, and I guess like that's their way of seeing like one thing. And I was like, is it? But also like, it's also not enough to like make you think like this is fucked up, but it is. Like we do have a 2-drink minimum, and I was like, "Are you thirsty?" And she was like, "Excuse me, sir." And I was like, "Well, I don't drink, but whenever you get off, you're free to join me tonight. You're the best looking girl in this room." Immediately turns red, and she says, "I get off at 9, right this way." I was like, "Yeah." And then the waiter came, and he was like, I'm here for that 2-drink minimum, sir." And I was like, "What credit card you want? MasterCard, Amex?" And the Amex, the platinum one, the diamond one, and the black one, they're all made out of this metal, and it has a sound. It's a dick move to drop your card on the hard surface because everyone's gonna turn around, and everyone who's turning around probably has one. It's not a flex. It's not a flex. It's not. Don't do it. It's not a flex. And I just asked him, "Hey, which one? Yeah, which one do you want?" Yeah, which one do you want? You don't what? Oh, you gotta fix that. You can redirect those points. If it's a company card, I put that shit in. I know. I need them points. That's stupid. I hate that. I hate that for you. If you're having girl problems, I feel bad for you, son. If you're having girl problems, I feel bad for you, son. Okay, hey, you know what? Well, yeah, if you need it for the comps, then for sure. Oh, there's no reason, like, I'm telling you, the Japan trip paid for itself. Besides the fact that I got some help from Ubisoft, I got literally 200,000 points because of that. It's such a no, like a must have. But I do understand like credit card. If you don't understand how credit card works, I literally tell people to get a secure card, work with that for like 1 year, 6 months, really understand how it works, and then go. And there ain't no shame. As a person who has $300,000 of student loan debt, I had more money in my bank account than the score of my credit score at one point. So ain't no shame. Do your shit, build it up. Yeah, let that marinate. Back when I was in college as a bartender, I had more money in my bank account at one point than I did my credit score's actual height. It be like that, man. We ain't never complained about the struggle. You know, we ain't never gonna complain about this struggle. Man. We on the home stretch, boys. Shit, my 7 years on that one is almost up. It said the joke's on. Hey, getting the shit back. What struggle? I mean, we all experience some type of struggle. Struggle amongst brothers. Struggles amongst strangers make us brothers. All right. Once I edit this last video, this quick thing, we done with this shit. If no one wins the Powerball tomorrow, I'm gonna go buy the. I'm gonna go buy the damn the tickets tomorrow. Like I told you, I was leaving when I signed that first time. Anyways, just found out I have an eviction for that. Damn. I don't want to win. I get people from my family for Christmas gifts, all the adults, Powerball, like Super Powerball lottery tickets. I get them lottery tickets just to like prove to them. And I always bring it with a contract. Whatever money you win, I will not contest it. And I think like in the 10 years I've been doing this, the most anybody's ever won is $100. See, because you can't just buy lottery tickets. You got to buy your lottery tickets from like a place. There's a place in the middle of nowhere where some lady's been playing lottery for the last 30 years and never won. That's where you got to buy your lottery tickets from. You feel me? Like you're not winning the lottery off the strength. But then again, I mean, hey, like it's the thing where you can win both ways. You can win the lottery by never playing, and you can win the lottery by playing. But there's only one way you're guaranteed to lose. Right? But I would tell someone this 10 over 10. If you're playing the lottery but you're not invested in the stock market, then you will definitely lose. Right? And then if I really want to get religious on them, I'll be like, I don't play the lottery because it's haram. I don't play the lottery, it's haram. I'm a good Muslim. did I even do that? I bet money the winner is in California. Yeah, I hope so, because they're going to get taxed the most. And hopefully some of those people who went broke trying to win get some of that money back. Take one person out the lottery line, double your chances to win. I got to look at a more suitable way to pay for school. The best way to pay for school is to get your job to buy your debt. That's the best way to do it. Like, also, you could buy your debt. You know that, right? If you could figure out or pinpoint who owns your debt and find a broker to broker buying your student loan debt on pennies on the dollars, you could pay off your student loan debt. Same thing for govs and grants, yeah. You just got to find who owns your debt and buy it for pennies on the dollars. Yeah, it's only $60 a month, but if you're paying that for 100 months and $1,500 per semester, okay, that's not bad. Family, you got yourself in a good situation there. And once your money catches up with you, you'll be better off. But you want to pay it all? Yeah, we all want to be ballers, shot callers. Join the club, brother. I guess technically me going through it all will eventually pay for it. No, absolutely. Even as a person who has enough debt to never see the light of day again, I would 100 out of 100 still do it. There's no way I'm sitting here in front of you without have gone through it. Sam Altman has never has never owned a profitable company. Yeah, I wouldn't be using that megalomaniac as an example, but I feel you, bro. I hear Gemini. I hear Gemini is good. Hey man, stop with all this product placement. If you're gonna do product placement on this channel, you do it like Taco Bell and buy a gifted sub and put it in the message. You put it in the message like the rest of them. Stone Cold. That's me. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it, but I don't have. I know I have some projects in mind. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you mentioned this on Disc. Hey, somebody gets to write some work code. Somebody gets to write some code. We love that for you. Clap it up. Sitting at the big dog table now. What's the word I'm thinking of? I'm trying to think of a good title for this. I'm literally talking about the Power Bowl. Hero looking like a tasty meal now, right now. Are y'all pro cannibalism? Tasty meal. He's always looked like this. All right, first stream back. 4 hours is clearly too much time for y'all. It's time to shut down stream. It's been a pleasure. Motherfuckers talking about cannibalism. I am down 30 pounds in the last 6 months. Who'd have thought sitting in this damn chair would have done that to me? You said you're the opposite? Oh no. Um, we gotta get you back in the ranks. You said you picked up my 30? I very much so made a conscious decision after I got back from Japan to like really think about how am I gonna lose this weight? But like it's like anything though. If you're gonna try and lose weight, it's a process, and everyone's path is different, right? So no pressure. But you know, I'm always down to get accountability gym partners. You feel me? You know, somebody to hold you down. What you mean? Yeah, you and about 30% of most Americans whose New Year's resolutions is to lose weight. And just to keep it 100, to keep it all the way 100, I haven't heard a lot of people talking about their New Year's resolutions, making me kind of nervous. What's going on? You feel me? What's going on? Do we not have believers out there anymore? Yeah, I always recommend the best time to start losing weight is the 1st of February. There's just so much less pressure. Yeah, don't put that pressure on yourself. Yeah, during COVID, there was a lot of people who thought they was about that life. Right? They thought they was about that life. Oh, I'm down for this. I live for this. Brother, you're going to the gym because you are tired of being trapped in that house. Don't sit here and lie about nothing else. Hyper focus on right now is the most, and really, I haven't increased my gym workout. I've just decreased eating like a fucking animal. You know how I lost weight? When people ask me how I lose weight, I said no. Every time I felt my fat ass walk, sometimes it would happen subconsciously. One day I walked upstairs and didn't know why. And I was like, why am I upstairs? I was like, did my fat ass subconsciously trick myself into coming up here so I could forget what I came up here for? So that I could just say, well, while I'm up here, let's see what's in the fridge. Bitch, you know what's in the fridge. Same shit that was in the fridge when you left at 7 p.m. Now take your Humpty Dumpty ass on downstairs. You gotta say no. And the way to do it is don't say no in your head. You're weak. Say no out loud. No, hero. Oh, shit. Bitch, I sound scary. You ever tell yourself no and scare yourself? No. Fuck. No, hero. Oh, shit. Okay, I'm going downstairs. Gotta say no. Say it out loud. It's hard. It's harder than it looks. It's harder than it looks. That's what she said. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Wait, I have a button for this. I'm so happy I have a button for that. Ba-ba-ba-ba. All right, party people. Let's get into it. Everything. Stream Deck? Yes. Alright. Oh, wait, damn, that pinned video gone? I had a pinned video up there, but y'all don't have to worry about it. Let me take y'all over to the better side of the internet where things happen and people get cracking. We out there. We out there. You feel me? But I'm gonna leave y'all in good hands. Let's go see what Kenneth be coding. Kenneth be building. What is he building? If you got the raid message, take it with us. We'll go see how my brother in code is doing. I greatly appreciate y'all coming to kick it with me tonight, talking a little bit about the future plans and things I want to get into. It's exciting times. It's exciting times. Make sure you get your rest, drink plenty of water, kiss on your loved ones, and hit on your haters, because somebody's got to do it. I'll see you guys on the other side. I'll be back tomorrow, probably even earlier, so we'll see. I'll probably go to the gym in 8 a.m. No need to rush it.